And good morning.
The gremlins came.
I think we got your attention that time. So it's 8:33 in the morning. I'm going to call the meeting of the Board of Game back to order. Today we're going to be looking at the Udiavik and Kotzebue area proposals and some miscellaneous business. Before we start the meeting, as Commissioner Milligan and Director Scott, if they have any comments at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, it's just been good to listen to the conversation. And as always, I'll reiterate it just on behalf of the commissioner, having the folks that stuck it out with us the whole time, provided public testimony. I think that really helped outline some of the decisions that you guys made. So I'm glad I was here for that. It's been my first visit to Kotzebue and I've appreciated being here.
Brian?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have much to add. We'll have a few things to, once we get into the Kotzebue proposals a little bit later this morning, and have some closing comments at the end.
Thank you, Ryan. And Cheryl, did you have anything for us?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. At this time, George, would you like to introduce your supervisor and other staff from OSM? And they can come to the table and say a few words.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. George Pappas, OSM. We have my supervisor, the acting assistant regional director, Amy Howard's here, and Kendra Holman, our wildlife biologist, part of the analytical team we have. Would like to say something. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning.
Welcome.
Thank you. Welcome. Good morning, everyone. Wanted to stop in, say hello. My name is Amy Howard. I am the acting assistant regional director, as George said, for the Office of Subsistence Management. We've had some transition changes recently. Our former assistant regional director, Sue Detweiler, retired at the end of December. So I am stepping in to act for the next few months, probably the first quarter or so of the year, until the Fish and Wildlife Service fills the position permanently.
Thank you. You interested in taking any questions from board members if they have any?
Well, we certainly can, but I would like to introduce Kendra very
please.
quickly. So Kendra is one of our wildlife biologists, Kendra Holman.
Good morning. It's been a great opportunity to be here. This is the first Board of Game meeting that I've been able to attend. So it's been a great learning process and seeing all the work that you do and seeing how the two programs play together. It's been an absolutely amazing opportunity for me. So thank you. Kotzebue has been absolutely great. It's been beautiful here. This is my first time here. So thank you to people of Kotzebue for being so welcoming. And so thank you.
And I just wanted to mention that your daughter's probably going to be pretty famous one of these days because she's on the compound archery Olympic training team and has won some national titles already, as I understand it. So,
And Mr. Chair, I've been at the back table there. There's some moose sticks that are been made from the moose that her daughter shot with a bow at 13 years old this year. So we're proud.
Wow.
thank you. Go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I can barely see you. I don't know if this is a good time to put a shameless plug in for George, but we really enjoy having him. In all seriousness, though, do you have any updated information on the movement of OSM to BIA?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Scott. In terms of the move, the potential move, it is in the president's budget for FY24, as we're all aware. There are two different versions or places, one in the Senate markup asking OSM to move to the office of the secretary, and then one in the House markup that is the same as the proposed language that's in the budget, which says for us to move under the Assistant Secretary for Indian Affairs. So unfortunately, we are at a standstill as well at OSM, just waiting until Congress decides to vote on the budget and make that decision. So there's a lot of discussion going on much higher levels in the department. But that's where we're at. There really isn't a good temperature either way, at least not to what's being communicated to us so far. Lots of questions. We're dealing with a lot of sharing information about the program to Indian Affairs and to the Office of the Secretary. So again, for me, that just kind of puts us in this limbo essentially. But as soon as we know, and we're looking forward to finding out, because a lot of things need to occur should that transition start. But first we have to know what decision is going to be made. So thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for being here.
Any board member? No, well, thank you for coming. We appreciate it. I know you were here all day yesterday and enjoyed having dinner with you too last night.
Well, thank you. And I did, through the chair, want to mention, I think Member Cooney, Arctic Winter Games. Did I read that in your bio that you help with the Arctic Winter Games?
I think it's member
Oh,
Loring.
Member Lori. My apologies. I did want to mention Kendra's daughter, our resident archer, is also going to be participating and accepted into the Arctic Winter Games this coming March. So wanted to just put a shout out there and have you be on the lookout for her there too.
Thank you. I will find her and say hi.
Thank
Appreciate
you. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. Thank you for the incredible work that you're doing here and being here. It has been a wonderful meeting so far. I appreciate everyone too who's participated, everyone, the incredible staff and team you have at the state, the Fish and Game biologists, administrators, everyone who make the magic happen. I definitely know how it is working with an incredible team. And so I just wanted to give those props and kudos to the incredible amount of work to put meetings like these together. So thank you.
Thank you. And now we're going to go on with our business for the day. First, I think we have an area overview for the Utqiagvik area, correct?
Uvla Lotuk, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Greetings. I'm Carmen Daggett and my Inupiaq name is Sikanik. And it was given to me by the late Louis Kinnock Nelson, who is from this area, the Fish Creek area here. And so I'd like to honor him today with this presentation. I'm the Unit 26A area biologist for the North Slope. Game Management Unit 26A encompasses 53,200 square miles. 6,800 people call this home and 6 communities. While 26A does not include Point Hope and Kaktovik within its boundaries, the North Slope Advisory Committee and the North Slope Borough Fish and Game Management Committee, as well as the North Slope RAC, all have representatives from those communities, and they are seamlessly connected to the North Slope despite Game Management Unit boundaries. Here is the land status map for Game Management Unit 26A. 73% is federally managed, 26% is state managed, of which 12% state owned in plum purple, and 14% is the Alaska Native lands in pea green on this map. Additionally, less than 1% of the land in this area is private. The majority of the land is federal land, and it is, for the large part, National Petroleum Reserve Area, which is BLM managed lands in shocking pink on this map. There's also some National Park Service land, which is in seafoam green. There are 2 controlled use areas within 26A. A unit-wide controlled use area that restricts the use of aircraft throughout the game management unit from the transport of moose hunters, moose parts, or moose hunting gear, except to state-maintained airports July 1 through September 30th, and from January 1st through March 31st. There's also a controlled use area that encompasses much of the area north of Onoktuvik Pass, which is circled to highlight the difficult pink distinction in this map. The darker pink surrounded by the black circle on this map is the Onoktuvik Pass controlled use area that currently exists. And the purpose of it is to limit the transport of caribou hunters, parts, and gear from August 15th through October 15th. The Onoktuvik Pass controlled use area will be the subject of proposal 32 in this meeting. Moving on to the discussion about moose. The most recent moose minimum count survey was conducted in 2021 and had a minimum count of 438 moose. The preference for terrestrial meat sources on the North Slope is caribou-centric. However, in times when caribou is not available, particularly on the eastern side of the game management unit, moose are a secondary option for some communities. The current status of this population is increasing, and the harvest from regulatory year 18 to 22 averaged about 2 moose per year with a range of 2 to 3 moose. There's a positive CNT finding for this population, customary and traditional use finding, and amount necessary for subsistence is 15 to 30 moose. There are not intensive management objectives identified for this population. Map of the moose minimum count areas outlined in black, and the trend count areas outlined in pink. Annual minimum count surveys in the area outlined in pink are surveyed in the core moose habitat every year, and then every 3 years, the entire Colville River and its tributaries, which encapsulate the majority of the moose habitat in 26A on the North Slope. So the vast majority of moose are going to be within this black outlined area. In this instance, because of this habitat being so limited on the North Slope, in the springtime represents the vast majority of the moose population, although occasionally we do have moose that wander out of it. This is a graph of the minimum counts of the Colville moose population through time. You can see the year increasing across the bottom and the minimum count numbers on the y-axis. From 1970 to 2021, the Colville moose population has experienced periods of volatility that are clear in this graph. There were 2 declines and several potential reasons why those declines may have occurred, including inter- and intra-specific competition for willow stands, harsh weather conditions, poor calf survival, malnutrition, and disease, as well as a higher number of predators such as wolves on the landscape. Additionally, snowshoe hares had moved into this area in the early 1990s and erupted, placing further stress on browse plants. Wolf and grizzly bears numbers were relatively high during some of the times of decline. As this population increased and management, the 1,000 moose management objectives were met and regulations were liberalized. At its fall 2005 meeting, the Board of Game initiated a drawing permit, which allowed a limited number of hunters to use aircraft during those moose hunts. Since then, these hunts have not been open for some time due to the decline again in the mid-2000, 2015 sort of timeframe. The average resident harvest between 2012 and 2022 was 3 moose per year. Total harvest between 2012 and 2022 was 4 cows and 33 bulls. The most recent household surveys pardon me, were taken indicate about 16 moose were harvested, and that survey took place in 2014. There's a 5% harvest rate for a minimum count of 438 moose equals a harvest of about 22 possible moose. The most recent composition survey was conducted in 2014 and had 43 bulls per 100 cows and 12 calves per 100 cows. Enough about moose. Let's move on to the discussion about brown bears. We think the population may be somewhere around 1,000, but we don't really know. Like much of Alaska, we don't have consistent brown bear data. Harvest ranges from 7 to 16 bears per year, with a 5-year average of harvest of 12 bears. The average age for males is about 10 years, and the average age for females is about 9.5. Now we're going to talk about 26A muskox. There are 2 populations of muskox within 26A that spill over game management unit boundaries and region boundaries. The Cape Thompson population that was originally reintroduced in Unit 23 and the population that was originally introduced in 26B and now occupies the area west of the Dalton Highway into Unit 26A. Each of these has a corresponding hunt area. There are 3 hunt areas in Unit 26A, 2 state Tier 2 hunts, and 1 federal hunt open to federally qualified subsistence users. If you take a look at the left side of this map, you'll see the TX 109 hunt and the federal hunt area. The TX 109 hunt is in the diagonal hashed area, and the federal hunt is outlined in the orange. They largely occupy the same western side of 26A, except for a slight difference in the eastern boundary of these hunt areas. Again, the federal boundary is outlined in orange, and the TX 109 hunt boundary is outlined in black on the left side of this map. The TX 108 boundary is at 153 west longitude, includes eastern 26A and west of the Dalton Road in 26B on the right side of this map. Proposal 35 was submitted to provide good housekeeping, to simplify these boundaries, and to provide for more hunting opportunities in central 26A. As you can see from this map that there are not really hunting availability in that little midsection. The Cape Thompson muskox herd is distributed both between Unit 26A and Unit 23, with a total of 911 muskox from our 2022 survey. The 2022 estimates were approximately 421 muskox in Unit 26A. At that time, the status was slightly increasing. There is a positive customary and traditional use finding and an established nested amount necessary for subsistence of 18 to 22 muskoxen. There were a few hunts held in 2019 and 2022 under the nuisance muskox hunt that resulted in the harvest of 2 musk oxen. The first federal hunt was held in 2022, and there was 1 cow that was harvested under that hunt. Second population of musk oxen that reside in 26A spend the majority of their time in 26B west of the Dalton Highway. There was a minimum count of 373 musk oxen in this population in the 2022 survey, and the population has been above management objectives since 2018. There is a positive customary and traditional use finding and an amount necessary for subsistence of 20 musk oxen. On to Unit 26A fur bearers. The average annual harvest for wolverines was 19 and the average harvest for lynx was 4 per year from 2018 to 2022. Both Arctic and red foxes are taken in addition. All these fur bearers are used to adorn clothing with their rich warming capability and are also used in customary and traditional use trade. The muskrat population has been expanding in Unit 26A from the Colville River drainage. Anecdotally, about 10 years ago, with observations being documented in Akasuk, Utqiagvik, and Wainwright in the last few years. Proposal 30 addresses requests to change the muskrat season in Unit 26A. Unit 26A wolves. The current density is relatively low for wolves in Unit 26A. Most recent survey suggested somewhere around 3 wolves per 386 miles. And while I realize that's a really odd metric, I think it's less than 1 wolf per square mile for sure. The status is stable. Harvest ranges from 8 to 36 per year with an average of about 17. I remembered that Mr. Barrett years ago asked me about average pack size, so I put this in here for you, Al. The average pack size is about 5 based on sealing records. Customary and traditional use finding is positive with an ANS of 4 to 8 wolves. Of harvest of wolves in 26A sorted by month of harvest. With month across the bottom and the number of wolves harvested on the y-axis. You can see as the days get longer and the weather becomes more favorable for travel that harvest increases in the springtime. Peaking in March, accounting for about 30% of the total wolf harvest of 85. In March of 2022, there was 1 wolf that was trapped. The rest of these wolves were harvested using ground shooting methods. Regulations for hunting, August 10th through April 30th, and for trapping, November 1 through April 30th. Moving on to talking about the Teshekpuk caribou herd. This image depicts the annual distribution of the Teshekpuk caribou herd. The lemon yellow area outlined on the central calving area is outlining the central calving area for the Teshekpuk herd. The sunset orange portion outlines the summer range of the Teshekpuk caribou herd, and the navy blue areas surround the winter range. The black lines outline the range extent. The darker purple areas include the highest use migration areas for the Teshekpuk caribou herd, while the lighter lavender colors are the lower use migration corridors for this herd. There are aspects of the Teshekpuk caribou herd involved in proposals 2, 3, and 4, all of which propose to change the caribou seasons and bag limits, the Western Arctic herd in areas that include the Teshekpuk caribou herd. However, we already talked about all of those. There are 4 caribou herds on the North Slope. The Western Arctic caribou herd, which is outlined in yellow on the left side of this map, and the outlined areas are the range extent, whereas the more solid areas are the calving ground areas on this map for your reference. The Teshekpuk caribou herd is in purple, the Central Arctic herd is in green, and the Porcupine caribou herd is in blue. The Teshekpuk caribou herd has a positive customary and traditional use finding with a combined amount necessary for subsistence with the Western Arctic caribou herd of 8 to 12,000 caribou. The intensive management objective for the population of the Teshekpuk caribou herd is not combined with the Western Arctic herd and is 15 to 28,000 caribou with a harvest of 900 to 2,800 caribou. The harvestable surplus with a 6% harvest rate applied is about 3,700 caribou. This image depicts the change in the Teshekpuk caribou herd population from 1984 to 2022. On the y-axis is the number of caribou, and on the x-axis is the year, of course. The blue diamonds are the Rivet estimates, and the red X's are the minimum counts. And the red bar indicates the intensive management objective range. The 2022 photo census estimate was 61,593 caribou. The herd peaked in 2008 at 69,000 and experienced a sharp decline until 2015 when it appeared to increase again. And as I indicated, the intensive management objective is in red, and as you can see, we're well above that management objective. This graph displays adult female mortality through time for the Teshapa caribou herd, with years on the x-axis and the percentage of adult female mortalities on the y-axis. Adult female mortality is important in determining population trend, as you're well aware. Adult female mortality for this herd has been variable through time. However, in the last 4 years, mortality has been at a minimum. And in 2022, there was an increase in the adult female mortality to around 22%. The long-term average is around 15%. Here are some additional caribou vital sign data for the Teshapa caribou herd. Short yearling recruitment is on average around 15%. In 2023, it was relatively low, around 7.1%. Yearling weights average about 97 pounds normally. In this last year, it was 105 pounds, which is a good sign. And calf production was above average this last year, around 67%, with an average of 65% over the last 10 years. Moving on to Unit 23 and 26A sheep, since they are the proposals of subject of proposals 33 and 34. In Unit 26, most of the sheep are on National Park Service lands. They are cooperatively managed by Alaska Department of Fish and Game and National Park Service. Sheep hunting in the DeLong and Baird Mountains was closed in 2014 by emergency order due to 50 to 80% declines following severe icing events. The Board of Game adopted a regulation in 2015 to continue that closure due to conservation concerns over low population numbers. There are a few sheep hunts open still east of the Atiblik River. However, most of the sheep habitat in these areas are within gates of the Arctic National Park. Last but not least, small game species. While small game species such as ptarmigan, both willow and rock, have been documented on the North Slope, snowshoe hares have been expanding their territory northward, certainly abundant during the 1990s and perhaps even before that. And that is it for my presentation, Mr. Chair. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to entertain them.
Questions, Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Cameron. That was a really good overview. On your annual harvest of wolves and fur bears, are you just relying off sealing records? And how confident are you that the sealing records represent the actual harvest of animals that have to be sealed, wolves, wolverines, lynx?
Through the chair to Member Albaret. So yes, those annual numbers are from sealing records. And I would say that there is mixed success with reporting on the North Slope for those numbers.
I got two more. Are the porcupine caribou actually getting to Anatuvik Pass? It kind of didn't show that on your map of generality.
Through the chair to Member Barrett, the porcupine caribou herd, from my understanding after discussions with Mark Nelson, who manages that out of Region 3, for the vast majority don't really cross the Hall Road. However, I think there are a few callers that make it over that way occasionally. I know I picked one up there this last fall. That was a porcupine caribou herd caller, so.
And just one more with the Teshapa herd. It bottomed out in 2008 and it rebounded fairly quickly. Was that about the same time the Central Arctic caribou herd crashed and they actually rebounded fairly quickly as far as caribou populations rebounding?
That's a great question. I don't have that, that graph in my mind right now through time of the Central Arctic herd. So I'm going to say I would have to reference some data to really answer that question and feel confident about it.
And then my last one is, do you have, you had really good calf production this year. Do you have, calf mortality?
So we would have to, the best way to determine that would be doing fall surveys, and the fall surveys haven't really been conducted in recent years. I guess the spring recruitment survey information would give you some idea of that for sure. And I believe I included those numbers. I can reference them quickly if you would like here. So the spring recruitment was about average recently, or was low this last spring for 2023 with an average of 15%. So it was 7.1% this last
Okay,
spring.
great. Thank you.
Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Carmen, for your presentation. I appreciate it. And also for the time that you gave me earlier on, helping me understand the North Slope a little bit better. Do you have callers out on, is it Teshpuck and the Central Arctic that mostly visit Nantucket Pass? And if you do, how many?
Through the chair to member Loring, it varies from year to year. We definitely have callers out in both of those herds, and they do visit Oneoktivik Pass. I wouldn't say necessarily the same ones every time, but I'd say there are callers that go that way annually.
Okay, and a follow-up if we could. So are you, with your color data, it's probably mostly GPS, or is that a combination? And what's the trend showing that if you're following the callers, are you actually seeing a later movement in their migration? I'm not sure you have enough trend data to determine that, but what can you tell me about that movement with those collared caribou?
Through the chair to member Loring. So there certainly seems to be some later movements in the fall time. And I think we would need a better analysis to give a percentage or specific time periods, but anecdotally from what is described from Oneoktivik Pass residents, they're certainly describing that 10 years ago they were harvesting caribou in August, and now they're not seeing them until October or November in some years, and some years they don't go there at all. So it's variable.
Okay, thank you. Is your color data showing any type of stop and go movements? There is some comments about how they will come up to a certain spot and then turn around, go back or go around. Are you seeing that? And if you are, where is those places at?
Through the chair to member Loring's question. So if you looked at movement data in the fall time in some years, it would appear that the Colville River may be an area where caribou hold up for a bit. There are some sections of the Colville River that are swift moving and have steep cliffs and would be difficult for a caribou to pass and perhaps even be deadly to pass, depending on the condition of the river. And so in some of the movement data, you can see the caribou following the river for a while westward until they get to an area where it is safer for them to pass southward.
Okay, thank you. And I know porcupine is probably not your main herd, but there was some testimony that the haul road was maybe interfering with some of the prior porcupine migration that occurred before the haul road started. And are you seeing other type of there's a lot of oil company activity up there. Are you seeing any of the road issues up in your area interfering with caribou? I know there's been some reports recently printed about that.
Through the chair to member Loring. You're correct that the porcupine caribou herd really isn't my area of expertise. It's more of a Region 3 question, really. But I know that there has been some work recently looking at impacts of roads on caribou movements by USGS, for example, that have explored those topics. And I'm not going to claim to be an expert in talking about the details of those, but there's some information out there on that. And I know Jim Dow did some work on that too, on the Red Dog Road in this area.
Mr. Mayor, I have a few more questions, but I'd go ahead and defer to anybody else and I can come back to them.
Anybody else? Jake?
Hey, thanks, Mr. Chair. Excuse me. Thanks a bunch for that presentation. It was really good. I noticed in the regs that you got, it's 3 black bears, no closed season. Would you talk a little bit about the black bear population?
Through the chair to member Fletcher.
Yeah.
We don't really see brown bears on the North Slope. I think I've had one sealed in my office since I've worked there over the last 5.5 years, and it came from a different region that someone just needed to seal. I haven't seen any sealing records come across for black bears at all. So I sort of, and I don't hear residents talking about them either. So I sort of suspect that there's not really any around.
I have a couple more questions. Cool. So then I noticed that the average A's, you said boars were like 10, sows were 9.5 for brown bear. I think that's really good. What are the skull sizes? Are they kind of hanging the same way? And if you happen to know, what is your percentage to board a sow take?
Through the chair to member Fletcher, I don't have those numbers off the top of my head. I can get them for you if you would like, but I don't have that information right now off the top of my head. Thank you.
I have one more quick question. We had some public testimony about like when there's smoke in the mountains, you see some moose out on the flats. Have there been recent fires there? Or is it smoke coming in from somewhere else?
Through the chair to member Fletcher. So we've had some fires in the past, but it's been a while, I think, since we've really had significant fires on the North Slope. Not really any that come to mind in the last 5 years, I guess, is the time frame I would say. However, I think people do see smoke from interior fires. And I know we've struggled to do photosynthesis some years during the summer because of those interior fires. And I think some of that smoke makes it north. So I think that's part of what people are referencing, but I know there was a fire around kind of near Onektivik Pass years ago, and one in the Itkilik, if I remember correctly, that was rather significant, but it's been a while.
Thank you.
Dave, you had some more questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Carmen. Yeah, on the fires, there have been some fires on the North Slope in tundra fires within the last 10 years, but significant amount of smoke from Canada this last year. It was terrible. Places like Kavik and most of the eastern Anwar was, sometimes down to a mile visibility, and they're all Canadian fires that were moving over. So nothing in Alaska. But Carmen, on slide number 12 or 19, if I may, where you talk about the findings in the NS and harmful surplus. You mentioned that the harvest is anywhere from 9 to 2,800. Why is that such a large? Is that like a 10-year average, or is that? Because they don't. I don't understand the large spread between those two numbers. There's a data collection problem, or can you explain that to me?
Through the chair to member Loring. So I think Alex Hansen alluded to some of this in his presentation, but caribou access to communities is paramount to people's ability to be able to harvest. And so in some years, caribou might be really available for some communities and in other years not. And so if it's not available, people aren't going to be able to harvest it. So in those years, I would expect the harvest to be on the lower end of this range, and when they're more available, on the higher end of this range.
Okay, and so this range is like a 10-year average type, or can you give me an idea of what you're looking at as far as
Yeah, I would, this is a 10-year average, member Loring.
a real quick question, kind of piqued my interest. You mentioned the snowshoe hare population is starting to move north. What do you think the reason for that is? Is it just a little bit warmer vegetation changes? What's kind of driving that, do you know?
Through the chair to member Loring, there's been some research looking at shrubification of the North Slope, changes in vegetation, and kind of what that does to resource availability for snowshoe hares. I would say that usually that's in a moose context. That research was done in a moose context, but they have similar diets in some cases. So there may be some ties there for as to why. And anecdotally, local residents, as you alluded to before, would say that fires may be pushing animals northward to in some years. But the actual research that proves those things, it needs some more work.
Thank you very much. You really helped me understand better. Appreciate it.
Any other questions on the overview? If not, if we can go into the proposals for this area.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 30, expand the trapping season to year-round for muskrats and 26 alpha.
Second.
Proposal 30 has been moved and seconded. Would like the department response when you get it up.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, again, my name is Carmen Daggett for the record, and I'm the area biologist for the North Slope. This is proposal 30, and it discusses trapping seasons and bag limits for muskrat in Game Management Unit 26A. The proposed season is to have an open year-round season with no limit. The department supports this position, and it was submitted by Alaska Department of Fish and Game. The North Slope Advisory Committee took no action on this proposal. The current season for Unit 26A muskrat is November 1st through June 10th. There is no bag limit on this species, and the current regulations are the same in Unit 22, Game Management Unit 26B, and the federal season in Game Management Unit 26A. The proposed regulation would change the season to year round. The bag limit would remain the same, and this would align the current regulations with Game Management Units 18 and 23. Muskrats, what we know. Alaska Department of Fish and Game does not survey muskrats. We just take opportunistic observations. We do not have any harvest date on muskrats in Game Management Unit 26A. Anecdotal evidence suggests that they've expanded their range in the last 10 years. The photo was taken in 2021 on the Colville River by myself from one of my survey aircraft. Doesn't want to do it. I can make it work this way, but it doesn't want to go into the slide sorter. It's kind of weird. Mr. Chair, bear with us, please, as we deal with technical difficulties. Again, trapping seasons bag limits for muskrat in Unit 26A is the subject of this proposal. And the proposed season is to have an open year-round season with no limit. The department position is to support it. The proposal was submitted by Alaska Department of Fish and Game, and the North Slope Advisory Committee took no action on this proposal. Mr. Chair?
So is that it?
That's all. Thank you.
Conclude your
Questions?
presentation. Questions from board members? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for that presentation. Why did the department submit a proposal like this? Was it just to align it with the federal season?
Through the chair to Member Barrett, the reason why the department submitted this proposal is it would appear that residents in some areas are participating in and interested in harvesting muskrat year round. And so we submitted it based on what people are expressing is the way they would like to utilize them.
Just a follow-up if I may. So in the months that the muskrat fur is not desirable for skin sewing or for selling, are they primarily trapping them then for food?
I believe they're utilizing them for a variety of reasons, and I would imagine it varies from hunter to hunter, trapper to trapper sort of situation. So,
All right, thank you.
thank you, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, George.
Yes, the RC 405 MOASM, the federal season is the same as the current season is right now for the state. It's not all year. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Carmen. Do you have any idea why the local AC didn't want to take any action on it?
Through the chair to Member Hoffman, I think the other topics that are discussed during this meeting are very pressing to people, and they were consumed with the discussion about caribou and really focusing on that, and didn't really have time to deal with this particular issue that wasn't as important to them to consider.
Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't have time. I just thought of this. What's the salvage requirements on a fur bear?
Through the chair to Member Barrett, it's hide or meat for salvage for the fur bears,
Thank you.
for muskrat.
Jake, you have any comments?
Sure, I got a couple of questions about muskrat. So like muskrat have like 2 litters a year, is that right? Am I correct on that? And then do they breed mostly like when we get open water in the spring, and when does that happen in this area? I know it can be varying. It's a huge area.
Through the chair to Member Fletcher, we don't know much about the reproductive success of muskrat on the North Slope. We haven't really done a lot of research on them. And I'm sorry, can you repeat the second part of that question?
Sure. When is like, I know it says a huge area, but for the most part, when is most of the water, like, when are the rivers starting to open up again? Like breakup time. I know it can be really varying.
Through the chair to Member Fletcher, it certainly does vary from year to year, but also region to region, and kind of how large the rivers are too. You know, I guess I'm used to living on the coast. And so I guess I would maybe defer to people who live on the rivers more to really know that for sure, but in the different areas. But, you know, I think probably May, late May, early June sort of timeframe is what I would expect. But I'm sure the breadth of knowledge behind me would be able to better answer that question.
Thank you.
James?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Carmen, one, good job on the overview, and you're doing a good job displaying your knowledge of the area. So I just wanted to say that. One question I had was, can you expand on the bullet on slide 3, the anecdotal evidence that suggests that the expanded their range in the last 10 years. And really what I'm looking for is just anything you can tell me, whether it's locals coming in and saying, hey, we're seeing more of these. We'd like to be able to take them in the June through November timeframe, or whatever the anecdotal evidence is. Can you expand upon that? Not trying to make this difficult, but I really want to make an informed decision, and I'm having a hard time just connecting the dots just based on no surveys and the lack of harvest data. So thanks.
Through the chair to member Cooney. So I certainly have had several conversations and during public meetings hear from people on the eastern side of 26A in particular, residents of Nuiqsut, for sure, that talk about seeing muskrat in their area. And they talk about seeing them for the last 10 years. Residents on the western side of 26A, I've had one-on-one conversations with individuals and Apcosuck that have talked about seeing them. Some of it's Facebook posts and seeing pictures of them. There was one picture that was 12 miles southwest of Utqiagvik, near what we call Monument, Wiley Post Monument. Those are the anecdotes that I can give you off the top of my head.
That's perfect. Thank you.
Any additional discussion? Al?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I can support this proposal with the discussion that we've had and the information that's been given to us. I don't think it's I don't think there's a concern about depleting the population. I think the people have approached the department and said they would like to use it either for skin sewing or for consumption. And I think it's sustainable right now. So I'm in support of it.
Okay, Dave?
Hey, Mr. Chairman, I think the actual harvest will be very low. I know in the interior, when the ice goes out, their muskox are harder to access and they're going from, trapping around the push-ups to trying to get them in boats. So I think the harvest will be really low, and because of that, I can support that also. I don't think we're going to see any big changes in harvest that is going to hurt the population.
Okay, thank you. We ready for the question? Al?
Call the question.
Question's been called.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Chrissy, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal number 30. Going to begin with member Hoffman.
Yes.
Mr. Cooney,
Yes.
Mr. Barrett,
Yes.
Mr. Lauren,
Yes.
Ms. Cusack,
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
Chairman Burnett.
Yes.
That proposal carries 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 31, liberalize the moose bag limit in a portion of unit 26 alpha and expand the hunt area.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Carmen, would you like to? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 31, seasons and bag limits for moose in Game Management Unit 26A and the hunt boundary adjustment. Proposal 31 seeks to adjust the boundary of the Western Game Management Unit 26A moose hunt and change the bag limit to 1 moose. The department recommendation is to support it. It was submitted by the North Slope Advisory Committee, and the North Slope Advisory Committee supported it 7-0. The current regulation for this hunt area is as follows. Game Management Unit 26A, that portion west of 156 west longitude, not including the Coval River drainage, 1 antlered bull, July 1 through September 14th. In previous years, there was an antlerless reauthorization moose hunt that was adopted by the Board of Game and went into effect in regulatory year 2004 and 2005 and was reauthorized continuously until 2022. They required both Alaska Department of Fish and Game departmental support as well as the advisory committee support. The North Slope Advisory Committee was unable to meet and submit minutes in time to continue the antlerless moose reauthorization. However, they do wish to continue to have the antlerless moose hunt opportunity in Game Management Unit 26A West, but with a modified hunt boundary that matches the federal hunt boundary at 155 west longitude. So this is the current proposed regulation. The current boundary is outlined on the red line at 156 west longitude. The orange boundary is the new proposed boundary. The boundary definition would be Game Management Unit 26A, that portion west of the eastern shore of Admiralty Bay, where the Alacatac River enters, following the Alacatac River to 155 west longitude, excluding the Colville River drainage. The proposed bag limit would be 1 moose. However, you may not take a calf or a cow accompanied by a calf. The season would remain the same, July 1 through September 14th. The boundary suggested is the same as the federal moose hunt boundary that was recently changed and that is currently on the books. It is also the same as the suggested muskox boundary in Proposal 35. Having one boundary that splits Game Management Unit 26A into 2 halves for these hunts will simplify things for hunters, with one boundary that is referenced to identifiable landmarks on the landscape. This portion of Game Management Unit 26A has very few moose, most of which are not permanent residents to the area, but are seasonally transient. This area, which is north of the survey area outlined in this map, is not regularly surveyed. Most of the moose in Game Management Unit 26A, as I said in my overview, are found in the Colville River drainage, which is not included in this hunt area. The Colville River drainage gets sampled once every 3 years and is outlined in black on this map. These numbers reflect the information that we've gathered from the Colville moose population. And as I said before, it is outside the hunt area that we're talking about right now. The minimum count is 437. The status of that population on the Colville River is increasing. The range of harvest is between 2 and 3 moose a year with an average of 2. The moose harvested outside the Colville River drainage between 2012 and 2022 was 4. The customary and traditional use finding is positive, and the amount necessary for subsistence was 15 to 30 moose. And this population doesn't have an intensive management objective identified. So again, Mr. Chair and the board, change the 26A eastern boundary of the Western Game Management Unit 26A moose hunt and change the bag limit to 1 moose. The department position is to support this proposal. It was submitted by the North Slope Advisory Committee. It was submitted by the North Slope Advisory Committee and supported by them as well, 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Any questions?
Thank you. Questions from board members? So what's the harvestable surplus in the, if you have 400 moose?
I believe I said in my overview, it was 22.
And the average harvest is?
So based off of the reported harvest is around 2 a year. The subsistence household surveys suggest that perhaps around 16 is a.
Okay, and the ANS is
Somewhere
15 to 20, so. Increasing opportunity makes sense to have a reasonable opportunity in the area, in my opinion. So thank you, board members. Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I can support this proposal. I think, this opportunity, this provides better opportunity for people residing up there. I think I think rivers are much more distinguishable than GPS or longitude, latitude measurements. And that little bit of increase doesn't seem like it's going to increase any kind of harvest, so I'll support it.
Thank you. Any additional discussion? I intend to support it. I think increasing opportunity here is not going to have an effect on the population based on the testimony. And is supported by the North Slope Advisory Committee.
Call the question.
Question's been called. Go ahead, Carmen.
I just wanted to clarify that cows with calves are to be prohibited, just to clarify and make that clear that that's part of the regulation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Right, cows with calves and calves are prohibited under this, so it would be any moose other than a cow with calf or calf. Question's been called.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. After listening to the comments from the board and Fish and Game, this proposal will increase opportunity, but we've heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. And Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 31. Mr. Cooney,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Chairman Burnett,
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
Ms. Cusack,
Yes.
Mr. Loring,
Yes.
Mr. Barrett.
Yes.
Proposal carries 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 32, change the boundaries of the Anactuvic Pass control use area and allow the city of Anactuvic Pass and the Nunimut Corporation and the Nuxarmut tribe to set the dates. The CUA is in effect.
Second.
Go ahead with the department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and board. Proposal 32, request to expand the Onactuvic Pass controlled use area defined under 5 AAC 92-540 to continue to restrict the use of aircraft for hunting caribou and add fur bears, sheep, and brown bears to the aircraft restrictions. To take cue from the trilateral community of Onactuvic Pass to open the hunt once the migration has reached Onactuvic Pass. The controlled use area would be in effect July 15 until the trilateral community of Onactuvic Pass determines that the fall migration has been laid and that caribou are migrating through Onactuvic Pass. The department position is neutral. It was supported by the North Slope Advisory Committee and submitted by the North Slope Advisory Committee, supported 7-0. I want to provide a little bit of history of this controlled use area. The controlled use area was adopted by the Board of Game in November of 2005 and closed the Onactuvic River drainage from August 15 to October 15 to the transport of caribou hunters, hunting gear, and caribou parts. Controlled use area was adopted to restrict the use of aircraft for caribou hunting and the transport of caribou and their parts during the fall to reduce aircraft presence during the fall caribou migration north of Onactuvic Pass. It went into effect in the regulatory year 2006 and 2007 and it had a sunset date of July 1 in 2008. A proposal was submitted by the North Slope Borough Fish and Game Management Committee in 2007 to modify the boundary of a controlled use area to a 25-mile radius around Onactuvic Pass. That proposal was amended and adopted by the Board of Game to the current controlled use area boundary, which is outlined in black on this map. The proposed boundary is outlined in the dashed orange lines on this map. The cross-hatched lines indicate the gates of the Arctic National Preserve, and the diagonal hashed lines indicate the gates of the Arctic National Park, Hard Park. The Onactuvic Pass controlled use area regulation closes the previously outlined area August 15 through October 15 to the use of the transport of caribou hunters, gear, caribou parts, and hunting gear, and does not include the transport between publicly owned airports. That's the current regulation. This is a land status map of the current and proposed controlled use areas. Again, the orange dotted line depicts the proposed boundary for the Onactuvic Pass controlled use area. The black line again depicts the borders of the current controlled use area boundaries. The lime green areas are Alaska Native lands patented or in term conveyed, and the blue areas are the state-owned lands. The olive green with the diagonally hashing is the gates of the Arctic Park, which is closed to the use of aircraft. The crosshatched olive green lands are National Park Preserve lands. The olive drab lands are BLM lands, and the purple lands are U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service lands on this map. This is the fall distribution of the 3 caribou herds that utilize the proposed controlled use area, which is outlined in the dashed gray area on this map. And the original controlled use area again is outlined in black. Western Arctic herd is veiled in red. The Teshikpuk herd is in orange, and the Central Arctic herd is in yellow. These are 95% kernel density estimates for each of these herds, which density estimates were used to simplify this for the viewing to define the fall migration distribution. Both the Western Arctic and Teshikpuk have higher densities during the fall near Oneoktivik Pass in some years. Fall migration timing in recent years is generally trending later, according to both studies and observations, with Western Arctic and Teshikpuk reaching Oneoktivik Pass in October in comparison to previous years where they would have been available in August. Oneoktivik Pass residents are concerned about the caribou migration arriving later in the season after the bulls have rutted and the meat is considered less desirable to some inedible. Bulls are generally the preferred animal to take in the fall time prior to the rut because they are fatter and larger than females, providing more meat per animal. If this proposal were adopted, it would give residents of Oneoktivik Pass discretion when aerial-based caribou hunting seasons can occur, aligning the traditional practice of letting the lead caribou pass and allowing migration routes to become established before aerial-based hunting begins. This graph outlines caribou hunters utilizing aircraft on the y-axis and the year on the x-axis. This shows caribou hunters that used aircraft within the proposed controlled use area from 2000 to 2022. The 2 red bars represent regulatory changes regarding the Oneoktivik Pass controlled use area. Again, for your reference from my history, the original controlled use area went into effect in 2006 to 2007, that regulatory year, and then was amended in 2008 to the current controlled use area. You can see the reduced amount of effort by aircraft during the heart of COVID pandemic in 2020 and 2022. The following data need to be taken with a grain of salt. Alaska residents harvest is the result of reporting through RC 907 permits, and the non-resident harvest is reported through the general caribou season harvest tickets. Resident caribou harvest is better represented by household surveys than the RC 907 reporting currently, while non-resident harvest is best represented by what is reported by the harvest tickets. The non-resident harvest within the controlled use area is about 37 caribou per year for the last 5 years. That's the 5-year average. While non-resident harvest is best represented by what's reported. My bad, I'm gonna go on to my next point. This is likely a little on the low side for the last 5 years, considering the COVID years that I outlined on the previous graph in comparison to the long-term average. The 2014 Subsistence Division Oneoktivik Pass controlled use, Oneoktivik Pass household surveys indicate about 770 harvested when caribou are present, but as I alluded to earlier, it depends on whether the caribou are present or not in that area, and that can be variable. I know this is a little bit difficult to read, perhaps because the numbers are small, so I tried to make it, I tried to add some features to make it a little bit more legible. There are 3 uniform coding units in this area that caribou are regularly harvested from using aircraft. Section 1303, 1301, and 901. And those are circled by the red circles on this map. And you can see where they are in relation to the proposed area versus the current controlled use area. These 3 areas are outlined in red circles. The Colville River runs through Uniform Coding Unit 901, and there was some boating utilized for caribou hunting within that uniform coding unit. I'm going to refer to that as UCU from now on, just to reduce wordiness. Caribou hunters utilize several different forms of transportation within the proposed controlled use area. This data shown reflects reported harvest through general season harvest tickets in RC 907. You can see the uniform coding units across the bottom and the number of caribou hunters across the y-axis. It likely underrepresents the use of off-road vehicles such as Argos, four-wheelers, and snow machines that likely occur in areas closer to communities. The Umiat Airport is in UCU 901. This is a summary of the commercial services used over a 5-year period from 2018 to 2022. While hunting caribou within the subunits of the proposed controlled use area, the same 3 areas have the highest use of commercial services, where registered guides were most active in 1303, 901, 701, 703, 801, and 1101. Transport services were mostly used in 1301 and 1303, and lodge camps were used solely in 1303 and 901. Proposal 32 seeks to restrict the use of aircraft for harvesting bears in the proposed controlled use area. Here are the number of bears that are harvested within the proposed controlled use area in the last 5 years. There were 7 bears harvested in 2018, 2 reported in 2019, 1 in 2020, 6 in 2021, and 2 in 2022. And most of these bears were harvested in subunits 1303, 701, and 901. Proposal 32 also seeks to restrict the use of aircraft for harvesting fur bears within the proposed controlled use area. There were 4 fur bears total harvested utilizing aircraft within the proposed controlled use area in the last 5 years. 3 hunters reported using four-wheelers in 2018. 34 hunters used snow machines to harvest fur bears from 2018 to 2022. And by fur bears in this illustration, I mean wolves and wolverines. Proposal 32 seeks to restrict the use of aircraft for the harvest of sheep within proposed CUA. There were 9 hunters that attempted to harvest sheep from 2018 to 2022. 2 hunters successfully harvested sheep. Both these hunters utilized aircraft to access their areas in 2022. So again, proposal 32 seeks to change the Onondaga Pass controlled use area boundary, change the species included in the aircraft use, and adapt to the hunt opening queuing. The department position is neutral because of the allocative nature, and it was proposed by the North Slope Advisory Committee and was supported to 7-0 by that advisory committee. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your presentation. Before we get to discussion, I want to point out that the board does not have the authority to delegate management authority to the corporation or the tribe as proposed in here. So if we pass this, we would simply be passing an increase in the size. The department can talk to anybody they want and consult if they wish, but we can't delegate that authority to open and close a controlled use area. So questions from board members for the department? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't realize this, but why are you not allowed to harvest fur bears in the controlled use area?
Through the chair to member Barrett, that is part of the proposal. It is not currently in regulation to prohibit that.
Say that again.
I said
Oh, you can do
through the
it.
chair to member Barrett. It is not part of the current regulations. it is part of the proposal.
And what kind of justification would you have? Because there were snow machines in here, so it's during trapping season. It's not. Why would you limit people wanting to trap in there?
Go ahead,
Through the-
Ryan, and if you want to answer that question.
Through the chair, member Barrett, this is only to use airplanes to trap wolves and wolverines, and it's only part of the proposal.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, board, go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. This question is for Captain Johnson. How often are you called into to do a dispute about this controlled use area?
Yeah, through the chair, from my research and in speaking to polling the trooper that's assigned to Coldfoot, which is the nearest post we have, specific to Anaktuvuk Pass at least, we were only showing, let me refer to my notes here. In total, I searched our records back to January of 2018. We had a total of 6 calls related to wildlife stuff. One was in 2018, 2 were in 2020. One was in 2020, I'm sorry, 2 were in 2022, 1 in 23. None of those were related specifically to disputes regarding the controlled use area. They were various reports, either questions about regulations. There was a self-turn-in where a non-resident reported accidentally shooting a cow caribou against regulations, so they called to report themselves. There was a self-turn-in report for sublegal sheep, and then a couple of reports of potentially wasted animals in that region.
Dave?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And follow up with public safety. Did you have any calls or any indication that there's other types of violations going on, such as, I mean, from all the way from the Hall Road, I'm sure how far over you went, maybe from Happy Valley, where there's some transport activity of, say, harassing animals, caribou or other animals with aircraft, or wanton waste, or over limit, or other types of significant wildlife violations, maybe in the last 5 years or so?
Yes, through the chair, member Loring. Again, I searched our computer records. You know, like any kind of data, you get out what you put in. And we are not certainly the best at properly coding locations. I did do a search looking specifically like for Happy Valley as a location. I did not return any records. However, I know that we do enforcement work in that area, so it really depends on where the trooper at the time may have coded the call that they were on. But anecdotally speaking, again, from my troopers in Fairbanks who work that area as well as Coldfoot, the only thing we're aware of, there was conflict that we were dealing with in the last couple of years between transporters. So they were essentially complaining about each other.
Thank you. And can I, one short follow-up with the captain? There was some comments to me earlier on that there was some issues with transporters or illegal activity a little bit to the west of Barrow. And that apparently they were actually contacted and cited by somebody. So are you the main enforcement agency for wildlife and violations? Anybody else up there that may have gotten that and actually taken court action? Or you know anything at all about this particular type of case?
Yeah, through the chair, member Loring, thank you. Multi-part question there. So yes, the Alaska Wildlife Troopers are the primary agency for enforcement of wildlife laws and codes. So it's AS 16, 5 AAC, and of course guide regulations as well. I'm aware that the North Slope Borough has a wildlife management department. To my knowledge, they have never forwarded any information to our agency about a suspected violation or have taken any enforcement action that we're aware of. I don't know what authority they would even have to do so. That's something I know we've tried to reach out to them in the past, and we continue to try to make connections and work on that. And I'm sorry, what was the second part of your question?
That answered everything I needed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Additional discussion, Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to clarify, in the proposal, it talks about closing, to the use of aircraft for taking fur bears. And that's from the August 15th to October 15th. Well, fur bears, they're regulated underneath trapping. You have to have a trapping license. And trapping season doesn't start till 10 November for either one.
Okay.
So just so people understand that.
Okay, additional discussion on this proposal. Dave?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is for Carmen again. So there's a bunch of testimony from different ACs that caribou across the north slope, the migrations are starting a little bit later. And including anecdotal information from the Anaktuvuk Pass folks, and they're getting their bulls after they're in rut. And so that's kind of hurting that, but there's information all the way across the north slope that there's changes going on. Can you maybe help us with that on why you think that might be, whether it's interference, if it's weather related stuff, or you just don't know? Can you help me with that?
Through the chair to member Loring, I think you could write a PhD project on that question. And I've thought about it a lot. There are so many factors that could potentially influence the timing of caribou migration. If you looked at in the literature, there has been some work done on the Western Arc caribou herd that did a multivariate analysis looking at factors, and the two that fell out the most in that research, pardon me, were temperature and precipitation. You know, some of the testimony we heard from the audience talked about the presence of wolves in particular north of Umiat. I alluded to earlier in some of my testimony talking about conditions of the Colville River and timing of that freezing. There are a variety of factors that could impact that, and it probably varies from year to year to some degree too. So it's difficult to pin any one thing down on it. I know there's a strong belief from the public about the interference of aircraft. But to properly understand all those things would take a really solid research project that, like I said, could be rather extensive.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to follow up on that, I'll get it back in a second. Go ahead.
Okay, so I have a question, maybe from, it's only known anecdotally to you, but this proposal would restrict aircraft use for hunting purposes during this time period. How does aircraft use for hunting purposes compare with other aircraft use that might be in the area during this time of year? This is certainly not the only aircraft use that's going on.
To the chair, member Barnett. I get you get mixed up, Burnett. I'll get it right eventually here. There are other aircraft being in use in that area. Certainly, Anaktuvuk Pass is a key flight corridor from, I'd say, the interior to the North Slope. And so things like development, as Member Loring alluded to, certainly may have some aircraft heading north. There are also individuals who are there to enjoy the National Park Service and hike in the national parks there around the gates of the Arctic. In addition, I'm sure there's any number of other aircraft, including commercial flights, that would be carrying supplies and things for Anaktuvuk Pass as well. So.
Thank you. Dave.
Thank you. I was able to get my thought back. Because of, and you mentioned that there's quite a bit of studying going on with the warming trends and caribou migration and multiple other things. And you might help me with this. In my experience, it seems like because of all these studies, there's increased number of agencies, Park Service, BLM, USGS, Fish and Game, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, that are doing those studies and increasing aircraft use in those caribou migration areas coming from the North Slope. Are you seeing that also, or I know the timing is the field season, and usually that goes from June through mid-September. Are you seeing increased agency aircraft use also?
Through to the chair to member Loring. So there is definitely a fair amount of research that is UMIAT based that I'm aware of during the summer. I know that BLM has a helicopter, for example, stationed there for most of the summer, working on various projects and is utilized for those different projects. I know ABR, Alaska Biological Research, has several projects that they work on for the oil companies. I'm sure there's a lot more than that I'm, just trying to congeal it all into one, but those are a few that I am aware of off the top of my head.
Stash.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Carmen. Do we have any information about has activity increased as far as transporters utilizing the UMIAT airport? Or has aircraft traffic, have people been utilizing UMIAT more frequently than the past?
Through the chair to member Hoffman, it's a little difficult to ascertain. There are certainly time periods when I'm in UMIAT and can see some of that. Really understanding the total use of aircraft I don't have the capacity to answer that question in a holistic and intelligent sort of way, I guess. It would require a bunch of different metrics at UMIAT to really measure that, I think, and answer that with certainty. I don't know if it's increased or not. The numbers that I gave you as far as the 901 area in my presentation would give you some idea of what's happening as far as wildlife goes. But beyond that, I don't really have a good measure of that. I think some of that would be perhaps the Big Game Commercial Services Board might have transporter data, a little bit more transport data on that, but that's about it.
Dave.
I think, Mr. Chairman, Carmen, you know if the North Slope Borough requires use permits from commercial operators to operate in borough land? I should have asked that when Mr. Pearson was up, but I didn't. Do you know if they do? And if they do, they keep those records and that'd be available to help us determine exactly who is in there?
Through the chair to member Loring, the North Slope Borough does, the planning department in particular does have those permits. I think they're utilized to a varying degree of success, but there are permits required for access there, and we've certainly discussed some of those things during planning commission meetings, but that's not data that I have regular access to.
Go ahead, Stash.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to get some more information on as far as this traffic you're talking about, maybe law enforcement, are they required to fly at a certain altitude? Like I know the rule of thumb is 2,000 feet, but are they allowed to go lower than that or?
Yeah, through the chair, member Hoffman. Try to answer your question. It's somewhat vague just because, you have a combination of both state and federal rules. So obviously the FAA has certain requirements or recommendations that aircraft are supposed to fly at. It depends on what kind of flight plan they're on. If they're on an instrument flight plan, like the larger the larger air services and commercial flights, that they have mandated altitudes that they're going to be well above the tops of the nearest mountains. So they shouldn't be a concern as far as smaller bush planes. Again, by federal rules, they're supposed to be at least 500 feet from people, property on the ground. But that's in a more densely populated area, which we're certainly not really dealing with in this case. Beyond that, I don't believe there's anything specifically in the wildlife regulations for this particular controlled use area that has an altitude limit.
Jake?
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize for this question even before I ask it. So, you know, you're not allowed to transport caribou hunters, caribou parts, hunting gear. If there's an illegal caribou taken and the troopers land on it and confiscate it, are the troopers not in compliance with this? And if you're a caribou hunter and you hit your inReach, your ELT, because you broke your arm and a helicopter flies in to pick you up, are they not in compliance?
Whoever wants to answer that question.
Through the chair to Member Fletcher, in an emergency situation or a law enforcement situation, I believe our agency is exempt from controlled use area regulations. It's, in my experience, I'm not aware of any time it's ever been an issue. But that would be the best answer I could give.
Okay, additional questions, discussion, intent on this? Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to get a few more questions. You showed the slide with the area CUCs, 901, 1301, and 1303, and they seem to be very popular for harvest. That kind of correlates that there's a lot of state land in those areas.
I'm gonna switch to so here's the UCUs that you pointed out, circled in red,
Right
and
there.
here's the land use.
Yeah.
So, the sections that were outlined are in here. That's Bureau of Land Management land in this section right here. And then this is state
Blue
and
is
native
state,
lands.
right?
Alaska Native lands patented or conveyed is what's marked on this graph for this shade of green in this area. The 901 area would be a mix of state and native lands.
And currently, as long as you're on that slide, the majority of the current control use area was state land.
It's a mix. And also for your reference, the Umiat Airport is like, if you're looking at this map, just to the east of where the Colville River is written out. So that would be a state maintained airport.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to hear a little more discussion on where people are thinking about on this one.
Okay, so Dave, what are you thinking about on this one?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one more quick question for Carmen. The current controlled use area has been in place with the sunset and back in place again with the different boundaries since almost 20 years now. And looking at the line on this particular slide you have up, maybe this is on number 14, slide 14. It shows the current boundary with the heavy black line, which has almost like a wall boundary right coming from Umiat and those caribou moving through Umiat going into Nantucket Pass. So has this current in place controlled use area helped at all? I mean, we've had 20 years of looking at it, and we have anecdotal data from the locals saying that their migration is getting later every time. But is it showing that it's preventing disruption of the herd by mechanical or hunter or other type of uses that you're aware of?
Through the chair to member Loring, I think if I was going to answer this from a data-driven sort of perspective, I would point you towards this, this graph of caribou hunters using aircraft in the proposed CUA. If you were talking with residents of Oneonta Pass, they would have a very distinctive opinion about that. And I think they alluded to that in their testimony. I don't think they would be asking to change it if it was working for them.
Okay, thank you.
So Carmen, just a quick question on that. I can look at this graph and in 2020, when COVID and 2021 activities way down relative to history, did anyone track a change in migration as a result of that? Did the animals arrive earlier? Did anything change on the ground as a result of the decreased activity due to COVID? Because people just simply weren't out there.
Way to get me with a stumper question. I'm gonna have to say I don't know on that one. So I think you could look at that in more detail perhaps and try to get at that. But I don't have a good answer for that right now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so in other words, the department doesn't really know if this works or not. If I could summarize, we know the migration's changed over the years. We don't know what the effect. You can't tell us definitively and give us information that tells us that this would work or not work. So the decisions we make have to be based on the anecdotal evidence from the locals and the effect on transporters and hunters, et cetera. You know, we have to kind of cogitate up here and make a decision, as I understand it. It'd be really great if you could just say, yeah, you put this in place and it helped, and then when COVID hit, it helped even more. And the caribou arrived early and we were all happy, and then COVID went away and people started flying again and it changed. But we can't say that because the factors, as you said earlier, they're very complex. And this is one of many factors. Warming trend or precipitation difference is probably going to have a stronger effect based on your testimony. So what in the heck should we do? Okay, that's not a question for you. That's a question for us. And so we have to make the decision. Stosh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for those comments. So I've been giving this a lot of thought, and we heard a lot of testimony in the public the last few days. And, even in their own statements, they said some years, and I know this, everyone probably knows this, some years, Anaktuvuk Pass is there for a reason. But some years, even 100 years ago, the caribou didn't go through that pass. So we're never going to know what the caribou are going to do. I mean, they tell us that all the time. But these people live there. They're caribou people. They know what's on the ground, what's going on. And to them, this, if we adopt this will give them a better opportunity. They're not saying they're going to get caribou every single year, but this increases their chances. And maybe they won't have to fly to Nuiqsut and because that's not an easy thing to do these days, given the weather, the costs, and all the other factors. And then hauling all the meat back and forth, that's not ideal either. And you can, it gets dirty, it gets gas on it. But, given everything that I've been looking at in the overwhelming public testimony, and given the fact that this village was put there for that purpose, to me, this is pretty easy. I think we can expand this and maybe track it and see. There's lots of things that happened since then. I don't think it's really the air traffic going on. I think it's people on the ground having the bigger impact and moving these caribou. But we put it in place, we can track it and see what happens.
Additional discussion for board members. Ryan, go ahead. First.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to follow up with Member Hoffman's comments, and that's exactly my comment. We don't know what the Caribou are going to do. Also, it's not our job to track transporters and who's doing what where. We get information on the commercial services they use. We know they use a transporter. We don't know who they are. We don't know who has a transporter license. You know, that just isn't part of what we're after. There's a lot of unanswered questions here. You noted that the decline in slide 16 indicated, you know, we saw COVID come in 2020. We're seeing an uptick in 2021, 2022. We don't have the data yet, likely for 2023. Did it work? I mean, we truly don't know. So I think, but I do think that Member Hoffman's point is well taken. You know, we're seeing, we can see caribou harvested in the proposed area, but this really comes down to a social question.
Yeah, the question I have is how long would it have to be in place before we'd have an idea whether we knew it worked?
I imagine yourself and the rest of the board are tired of hearing this. I don't know.
Well, but we have to decide. So we don't know either, but we have to decide in one way or the other. Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As it's written for this proposal, I'm not willing to support that. I do have some compromise language, not to make the area as big as it is. But I'm still not sold on that a few people down there are not, you know, are stopping the migration. I think the COVID at time was, you know, classic example where the caribou didn't arrive on time neither. And there was, you know, less than half the activity going on before they got to the village. So, you know, it's very hard to regulate social issues. I don't really like to get into those issues. It's more about, you know, getting there. So that's how I feel right now.
Okay, well, we have, you know, many of the controlled use areas we have in the state are done for social issues more than biology. And you know, I'm on the edge of whether I'm with Stosh or not. Because if it does work, it's certainly worth doing. And if it doesn't work, it does cause some, you know, certainly some financial harm to some people who are using the area. But go ahead, Al.
Yeah, that was kind of the same thing that went on when we created the most current CU, was we're going to try it and see if it works. And we thought that was going to do it. And, you know, for 20 and some years, like Member Hoffman said, you know, some years they're getting there. They have gotten there. So it's what caribou do. And I don't think it's got a lot of impact with a few hunters acting or, you know, having an opportunity in that area.
James.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Carmen, can you go back to slide 19? I think it was. And so just to confirm, so the blue bars are really what we're most concerned with here, because that's the blue bars that are representing hunters using aircraft, correct? And the real, I mean, for the sake of the argument, the three are 901, 1301, and 1303 are the big areas that are heavily being used. And so I want to confirm with you, if my math's correct, it's about 200 hunters from 2018 to 2022 that are using 901, 1301, and 1303. So over a 4-year period, about 200 total hunters are getting transported out there. Is that right? Or are those averages? Sorry. If I added up 901, 1301, and 1303 is really what I'm getting at there. It's about 200 total between that time, correct?
I think you're generally correct that that's close to accurate.
Okay, so in essence, so if we support this, we're displacing about 200 hunters over the last 4-year period really is what we're looking at, correct?
I believe it's a 5-year period. but-
5-year period. I'm sorry. Thank you. You're correct. Thanks.
Go ahead, Stash.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to add to that, it'll be more than that because there's other resident hunters that use airplanes too, and there's no way to track those numbers, right?
Through the chair to Member Hoffman, so these would be people who are hunting caribou with aircraft. And it's not just non-residents, it would be everyone utilizing aircraft. So it would include residents that are using aircraft as well.
Okay, further discussion on this, Jake?
Hey, thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm really torn on this one too. We had a lot of folks come here and testify and they really believe that this is gonna help their situation out. And I don't know if I can even make a relation on this, but it would, we had the big fight in sheep hunting, right? About flying, and we came up with these certain dates and people were up in arms and it's gonna ruin this whole thing. And largely, in the end, the experience from sheep hunters is we like not having the traffic, but I would really be interested to hear Al's alternate language if he's willing to say.
Okay, I would too. I just wanted to make one other comment. One of the things that would probably help the most with this is something that's out of our control, which is if the adjacent federal lands were not closed to non-federally qualified hunters, there would be an alternate place for non-residents and resident hunters from other parts of the state to go. But we hit limited state land in the area, and this is a big part of what's available for hunting, since you can't hunt many of the other places for other reasons. Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my proposed or compromised control use area, the western boundary would stay the same. And then starting on the southern boundary, which is the Colville River, it would be the south bank of the Colville River. To the west, and the western boundary would be from the confluence of the Aquilip River on the east side of the bank to the headwaters. So it's another landmark. It just, what it does is gives the Colville River, still have some access on the Colville River because it's the south bank. And also moving the western boundary slightly over to the next identifiable drainage, which reduces it slightly.
Okay, so I can picture this in my mind looking at that map. I'm hoping other people can too, but go ahead, Carmen.
So through the chair, I want to give you a little bit of a reference point when looking at this map. So there's a sharp point kind of in the middle of the Colville River to the east of where it says Cookpick. That's roughly where the Killick River bend is and extends southward. For your reference, Mr. Chair.
Additional go ahead, Stosh.
Mr. Chair, if we're gonna vote on this, can we take a break to get a better layout? I gotta see exactly what the changes are gonna be.
I think that'd be great to take a little break now in any event. So before we vote on this, yes, we'll take a break. You can take a look at the map with Al or whomever, and other members can too. Thanks. ask you to move the table to the end. We're having a little trouble getting our maps correct, so we're going to put this off a little bit, I think. Josh, would you make a motion?
Proposal 32.
32.
Mr. Chair, I move to table proposal 32 to time certain at this meeting.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to move to table list, and it'll come up as the last order of business under proposals at this meeting. It's unanimous consent. Okay, go ahead with proposal 33.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 33, reduce unit 26 alpha sheep bag limit for residents to 1 ram with full curl horn or larger every 4 regulatory years.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Go ahead, department.
Yeah, good morning. My name is, for the record, my name is Philip Perry. I'm the management coordinator for Region 5. So proposal 33 is a public proposal. It seeks to change the resident bag limit for sheep in unit 26A from one full kilogram every year to 1 sheep or 1 full kilogram every 4 years. The department is neutral on this. So season dates would remain the same. If this is adopted, August 10 to September 20. There is a small area that we talked about in proposal 1 where there's a bag limit of 3 sheep in unit 26A. I don't know if that was if the author wanted to change that also or not. That's unclear. There's a customary positive C&T finding for sheep in 26A. The amounts necessary for subsistence are as follows. In unit 23 and 26A west of the Etuvalik River in the DeLong Mountains, it's 0 to 9 sheep. In 23 and 26A east of the Etuvalik River, it's 2 to 4 sheep. And then there's a ANS for units 23, 24, 25A, and all of 26, so the 125 sheep. Declines in sheep populations in northern Alaska resulted in the department closing most sheep hunting opportunities in unit 23 and 26A in 2014. In 2015, the Board of Game closed the season until sheep population is recovered. In the Baird and DeLong Mountains, sheep populations have declined between 50 and 80% from 2011 to 2015. And in addition to the declines, the low lamb survival was observed, and this would probably mean that recovery from the decline would be slow. So again, you've seen these, some of these slides earlier. The opportunity for residents and non-residents in unit 23 and 26 west of the Etuvalik River is currently closed. There is a general season hunt that occurs in this area here. Oops, I flipped. Sorry about that. So this is one of the areas that's still open. It's in the kind of eastern part of the area that was shown in the previous slide. It's a general season hunt. There's a youth season, August 1 to 5. There's a August 10 to September 20. This does not include the areas within the gates of the Arctic National Park. The one I alluded to a little earlier is the private lands within the gates of the Arctic National Park. The bag limit is 3 sheep. Season of August 1st through April 30th. And, you know, this obviously is a very limited participation hunt. It's a small area for people to hunt. It's private ownership and access is difficult. And then just as a broad view again of the remainder of 26A, that the bag limit is 1 full kilogram. General season, so it's a harvest ticket hunt. The youth season is August 1 through the 5th, and then general season August 10 through September 20. So again, we've talked about, harvest a little bit in unit 26. It's low. It's averaged about 1 sheep a year for from 2014 to 2017. Only about 1 a year since then. Under the state regulations, harvest is still occurring under federal regulations. It's still about 15 sheep per year under those regulations. And, a large portion of the area is administered by federal agencies. So just as a recap, this is asking just to change the bag limit from 1 to every 4 years, a public proposal. And since it's allocative, it's where the department is neutral.
Board members. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm leaning towards not supporting this as written because it is an over-the-counter tag or a general harvest ticket. And I don't know how or if the department has the means to track individual harvest and account for their 1 every 4 years.
Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair to Member Barrett, I really appreciate you bringing that up. I mean, we can do it, but really we would put it on, it'd be very similar to 1 brown bear every 4 years, where people attest to that they qualify to receive the tag. And then if the issue comes up, we refer them to the enforcement arm.
Okay, thank you. I intend to oppose this, not for that reason only, but because I think this is an area where there's a subsistence opportunity, and I'm not sure what the characteristics of the subsistence hunters are here, but it may be a few hunters that hunt regularly for sheep and use them, and having a time period when they can't use it for subsistence purposes, I think is contrary to our reasonable opportunity statute. Dave?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I tend to oppose this also. There are subsistence hunters in Etobicoke. We had some testimony to that fact, and the sheep numbers are low and they're hard to come by, but they do hunt them. Probably some folks might come out of Wiseman or back up from that direction also too, but like to keep that option open for them every year. So I'll be opposed to it. Thank you.
Additional discussion or questions for the department?
Call the question.
Question's been called.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 33. Ms. Cusack?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Lauren?
No.
That proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on proposal 34 due to the action we took on proposal 1.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Is there objection? If not, we'll take no action by unanimous consent due to our action on proposal number 1.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 35, change the unit 26 Alpha and unit 26 Bravo muskox hunt area boundaries to match federal hunt boundaries and expand the hunt areas.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. I'd like to hear from the department first.
Mr. Chair, this is Carmen Daggett again for Alaska Department of Fish and Game for the record. Proposal 35 seeks to change the muskox hunt boundary in Game Management Unit 26A. There's a sister proposal for the Region 3 meeting that is proposal 157 for your reference. It seeks to align the TX 109 eastern boundary and the western boundary of the TX 108 hunt with the federal muskoxen hunt boundary. The department recommendation is to support this proposal. It was submitted by the North Slope Advisory Committee, and the North Slope Advisory Committee supported it 7-0. The current TX 109 hunt was adopted by the Board of Game in March of 2022. The first hunt began in the fall of 2023. The current TX 109 26A hunt boundary is 156 west longitude following the Topogorook River to the 26A southern boundary, which is the diagonal hashing on the western or left side of this map. The TX 108 hunt was opened under discretionary authority in 2022, following the Board of Game decision, and the first hunt was held in the fall of 2023. The current TX 108 hunt 26A east and 26B west of the Dalton Highway boundary is 153 west longitude to the 26A southern boundary, which is the diagonal hashing on the eastern side of this map or the right side of this map. Federal Subsistence Board adopted the proposal WP 2255 in April of 2022, following the Board of Game meeting, following the Federal Subsistence Board meeting, and opened the federal hunt area outlined in orange in August of 2022. The federal boundary is 155 west longitude, following the eastern side of Admiralty Bay and the Alacatat River south. The combination of timing and several different means of authority being used to open these hunts, which I hope I've demonstrated, led to 3 different boundaries and a large gap between the hunt areas, which does not have any biological significance. It is good housekeeping to align these boundaries to make it simpler for both managers to explain and hunters to use geographically identifiable landmarks. This proposal seeks to combine all 3 of these boundaries, 2 state and 1 federal boundaries into one, and close the gap between the hunt areas as displayed in this map. It is good housekeeping with no anticipated biological effect to align these boundaries and to make it simpler for both managers to explain and hunters to use geographically identifiable landmarks. Reiterate. The TX 109 hunt was a tier 2 hunt that was adopted by the Board of Game in 2022, and the draw was in the fall of 2022. 3 permits were issued. The first season of this hunt started in August of 2023. There has been 1 bull muskox harvested. The season ends March 15 of 2024, so it is yet to come. The end of that season. A little bit of history about the TX 108 hunt, or the Eastern hunt. This tier 2 TX 108 hunt has been closed since 2005 due to conservation concerns, or had been closed since 2005 and is now currently open. The population objective of 300 muskox was met in 2018. The spring 2022 minimum count was 362 muskoxen. In 2022, the application period was opened and there was a draw for 4 any muskox permits. And last but not least, the federal hunt was opened in 2022. One muskox was reported taken in the federal hunt in 2022 for Western 26A. There are muskox that have migrated eastward towards this federal boundary and muskox that have migrated westward towards this federal boundary. There's a positive customary and traditional use finding for muskoxen in Unit 23, that portion north and west of the Kobuk River drainage, and that portion of 26A west of the Topogorook River following the 156 west longitude south to the Unit 26A border, or the Cape Thompson population, originating from Unit 23. The amount necessary for subsistence for this population is 18 to 22 animals. As far as the amount necessary for subsistence for the 26B west of the Dalton Highway, there is a positive customary and traditional use finding for muskoxen in this area. That portion east of the Topogorook River following the 156 west longitude south to the Unit 26A border, and 26B, that portion west of the Dalton Highway corridor. The ANS of this population is 26 muskoxen. Adoption of this proposal would cause hunt area boundaries to be misaligned with existing customary and traditional use determination areas outlined in 5 AAC 99.025. And the department recommends the board amend the proposal to align those boundaries with the hunt area. So in summary, proposal 35 seeks to modify to align the TX 109 eastern boundary and the western boundary of the TX 108 hunt with the federal eastern muskox hunt boundary. The department position is to support this proposal. It was submitted by the North Slope Advisory Committee, and the advisory supported this proposal 7-0. The North Slope Advisory Committee did. And again, the sister proposal would be 157 at the Eastern Interior meeting. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Members, questions for the department? Specifically, the amendment would do. What is exactly the amendment that's been proposed to this by the department?
Mr. Chair, so it would be to the area outlined for the TX 108 ANS boundary is what the recommendation would be for that portion. Is there something else you had a question?
No,
Could I
that's
answer that question?
what,
Okay.
because as you said in your statement, it needs that to align it with the ANS. Or the proposal otherwise is supported. Is correct? So. I think we need an amendment to meet the department's slight modification to this. Was that in an RC or in the department comments?
Mr. Chair, so the boundary definition is within the proposal. And it would be the definition of the federal boundary, the eastern side of the Admiralty Bay following the Elacatac River, south following the 155 west longitude boundary.
So just so I'm clear, it's within the proposal already. We don't need an amendment to it.
Mr. Chair, the proposal is written to amend the hunt boundary. I'm not sure as far as what is appropriate for the ANS boundary amendment. That's the unclear part.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do think we need to, I would have to go back and look at the definition of where the ANS is set. That would be the amendment we need. I think if you amended the language just to incorporate a change in the ANS line as described in the proposal, would be good to go.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to amend proposal 35 to add the language of in unit 26 in that portion of the eastern shore of Admiralty Bay where the Alacatac River drains following the Electuca River 150 degrees west longitude south to the units 26A border, 1 muskox by tier 2 permit, 1 August to 15 March. Unit 26A east and that unit of 26B west, that portion west of the Dalton Highway to eastern shore of Admiralty Bay where the Electuc River enters following the Electuc River to 150 degrees west longitude south on the unit 26 border, 1 muskox by tier 2, 1 August to 15 March. And that what I've attempted to read is also found in proposal 35 for clarity.
Okay. Jake, it's been moved and seconded, Jake.
I'd just like to put on the record, I really appreciate Member Barrett's ability to pronounce all those drainages.
Thank you. And I think this does what we're supposed to do. Could we get a vote on the amendment, please, unless there's discussion on the amendment?
Call the question. Ayes amendment.
And I'm not totally clear. So that is that amendment aligns the and the
The
CT.
Right, the C and
Boundaries,
P
so that-
boundaries, so,
Just, okay.
yeah.
If that's
and the-
clear for everybody.
Yep.
That is, that's what I understood. Okay. So I'm going to begin the vote for that amendment with Mr. Cooney,
Yes.
Mr. Barrett,
Yes.
Mr. Loring,
Yes.
Ms. Kuzak,
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
Chairman Burnett,
Yes,
Mr. Hoffman.
Yes.
That amendment carries 7-0.
and now if the full proposal before us, discussion on that?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I tend to support this. I think it's makes things more clear, uniforms. And you're able to use a piece of real estate that you currently aren't able to use.
Thank you. Any additional discussion on it? Stash?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be supporting it as well. The ACs support it, the department supports it, and the amendment makes a lot of good sense. So
Okay, any additional discussion? If not, we may
Call
be
the
ready for the question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board showed no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Okay, Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 35 as amended. Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
Chairman Burnett,
Yes,
Mr. Hoffman,
yes.
Mr. Cooney,
Yes.
Mr. Barrett, Mr. Loring,
Yes.
Ms. Kuzak.
Yes.
That proposal carries as amended 7-0.
okay, now it's time to go to the Kotzview area proposals. I believe we have a area overview. And I commend you for having the best pictures of any of the overviews today. Dave?
Thank you. Question for Christie. I'm looking at the RCs on the website here, and it looks like R3 is 23 is the latest. Is that correct? Or do you have additional ones past that? You had mentioned there's some new ones on the website.
Through RC26 is posted.
26?
If you're not seeing, yeah, maybe try refreshing and see if they
Okay, I'll
come up.
refresh. Thank you.
Should have 26. Okay, go ahead.
Good morning. Are we still morning? Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Christy Osborne. I'm the Unit 23 area biologist based in Kotzebue, and I'll be presenting the GMU 23 overview, which you can find as record copy 4, tab 6.1. This presentation will focus on wildlife species in Unit 23, excluding caribou, which you've heard about during the Western Arctic herd caribou update and corresponding proposals. But I'd like to start by introducing the other Kotzebue staff members. While I'll be presenting the data within this presentation, it would not exist without the efforts of the rest of our team. If they're willing, I'm hoping they'll each stand up or wave a hand as they're introduced. First up is Kathy Sherman. She's our program technician. She's actually been working with the department for 20 years now and is the friendly face that meets our office staff. Kathy isn't in attendance today as she's holding down the fort currently. Alex Hansen, you've probably could pick out of a crowd at this point. What you don't know is he's actually an incredible camp baker. So he treats us to custom Dutch oven pies while in field. Brennan Watson is our regional biologist. While primarily caribou centric, he regularly gets wrangled into all of our wildlife surveys. He also has a flair for camp cooking. So if you get a chance, ask him about his Sour Patch Kid cookies. And then last but not least is Deb Lawton. She is our newest addition to the Kotzebue office. Well, I've cheated a little here. She's actually the regional education and outreach specialist, but she calls Unit 23 home. So we'll introduce her here. And we're really excited to have Deb in the Kotzebue office. We have two other incredibly valuable assets in our area. And so the work presented in this overview has also been made possible by the region's two freshly rebuilt aircraft. 7063 Juliet, which is on the left there for you, is our PA-18 Super Cub. And we also have a PA-12 Super Cruiser 7853 Hotel. As a mostly roadless unit, the work that we do is essential to have aircraft. And these two aircraft cumulatively have spent thousands of hours supporting wildlife management within the region. So now that you know who we are and how we get places, let's talk about the unit. Unit 23 is made up of the Kotzebue Sound, Chukchi Sea, and the Arctic Ocean drainages, from the Good Hope River drainage in the southwest portion of the unit to Cape Lisburne in the northwest portion. Unit 23 covers about 43,000 square miles and contains several major habitat types. The northern extent of tree line occurs in Unit 23, and much of the unit is tundra. Northern edge of the unit is the western extent of the Brooks Range, and the remainder of the unit is a mix of low elevation hills, river valleys, and coastal wetlands. Approximately 8,000 people live in Unit 23, with Kotzebue as the regional hub for 11 outlying villages. Villages are primarily located along the Chukchi Sea coast or along the four major rivers, which are the Noatak, the Kobuk, the Selawik, and the Buckland. The region's population is mostly Inupiat and heavily dependent on subsistence hunting and fishing. This graphic portrays land status within the unit. 73% of the unit is federal lands, which are denoted in green and brown, and are managed by the National Park Service, the Bureau of Land Management, and Fish and Wildlife Service. The remaining third of the unit is state-owned or private land, denoted in blue and pink. Of these lands, 15% is state-owned, 11% is native corporation land, and around 1% is private land. The unit offers opportunities for many activities such as hunting and fishing, flight seeing, boating, hiking, and wildlife viewing. However, interactions among diverse users has led to some conflicts within the unit. One measure enacted to reduce user group conflicts is the Noatak Controlled Use Area, which covers a 10-mile swath along the Noatak River from the mouth of the Gashgok River and extending upstream to the mouth of the Nemiaktuk River. The CUA is closed from August 15th to September 30th to the use of aircraft for big game hunting, including transportation of hunters or their gear. A mandatory pilot orientation is also in place within the unit. The orientation was implemented with the hope that increased awareness of local customs might prevent some user conflicts between user groups. The pilot orientation is required for all pilots involved in transporting hunters or their gear within Unit 23. We'll start off with moose. The sum total of our unit population survey is just over 5,800 moose. It's important to note that this is a multi-year cumulative estimate from data spanning from 2015 to 2023. Surveys over the last few years suggest that moose abundance may have reached low density stability. The 5-year average annual reported harvest is 105 moose. However, community-based harvest assessments indicate approximately 200 to 300 moose may be harvested annually by residents of Unit 23. Moose hunting within the unit is only open to Alaska residents. There are 2 resident hunting seasons, an antler-restricted general season hunt under a harvest ticket, with a season that runs from September 1st through the 20th, and a registration permit hunt, which is the RM 880, for any antlered bull with a season that begins July or August 1st and runs through December 31st. Pre-season registration is required for the registration hunt. We have a harvest objective of 210 to 920 moose, and the unit has a positive customary and traditional use finding with an amount necessary for subsistence of 325 to 400 moose. The population objective is 3,500 to 9,200 moose, and there is a harvestable surplus of 350 moose. Unit 23 has 6 moose survey areas. So working from the upper left and moving right, we have the lower Noatak area, the upper Noatak, the lower Kobuk, the upper Kobuk, Selawik, and the northern Seward Peninsula. Survey areas are large, so only one area is surveyed per year on a rotational basis. This graphic shows observed adult moose densities for each of the survey years and the year of the most recent survey, with darker shades representing higher densities. Between 2006 and 2018, the unit saw extensive declines in moose abundance, with some survey areas seeing annual declines of up to 12%. Recent aerial surveys indicate that low moose densities continue to exist throughout Unit 23, but suggest that a low-level equilibrium has likely been reached. In Unit 23, abundance surveys are conducted in the spring, which also allows us to determine the percentage of short yearlings observed in the population. Having survived to nearly 1 year of age, we consider short yearlings as being recruited into the population and an important metric for population trend. This graph presents the percent of short yearlings in each of the survey areas. Again, darker shades represent higher values, followed by the year in which the last survey was conducted. Unit 23 recruitment ranges from 9 to 23%, and while low, are not unusual for low-density moose populations. This graph shows the general trends in the number of moose hunters that reported hunting and reported moose harvest. Major regulatory changes are indicated with dashed lines. Beginning on the far left in the early 2000s, there were around 400 moose hunters annually, and a relatively stable reported harvest just under 200 moose. During these years, resident and non-resident seasons were long, and the resident season included a winter antlerless season. Beginning in regulatory year 04, the resident registration permit, RM 880, was put in place, and non-resident draw permits were enacted beginning in regulatory year 05. As mentioned previously, moose populations within the unit saw some drastic declines between 2008 and 2016. And in January of 2017, the Board of Game adopted a proposal to limit GMU 23 harvests to 1 antlered bull and to close the non-resident draw hunt. Federal Subsistence Board adopted an emergency special action for regulatory year 1819 to close the cow season and close moose hunting to non-federally qualified subsistence users. In regulatory year 20, the Federal Subsistence Board formally adopted a proposal to close the cow moose season. And then most recently, in 2021, a federal wildlife special action was put in place, closing all federal public lands within GMU 23 to non-federally qualified subsistence users for regulatory years 22 and 23. Formal abundance estimates are not regularly conducted in the unit for brown bear. However, anecdotal reports from local hunters, guides, and agency staff suggest that bear numbers are likely stable or increasing. The 5-year average harvest is 53 bears, and there are 4 brown bear proposals for this meeting. Brown bear hunt opportunity has been incrementally liberalized in the unit to maximize harvest opportunity. I've noted the most recent liberalizations of a 2 bear per regulatory year resident bag limit, which was put in place for the regulatory year 17 and is denoted with a dashed line. Annual harvest varies considerably and is influenced greatly by weather, economic factors, population, and popularity. The 10 and 20-year average annual harvest is 54 bears, And harvest data for Unit 23 shows no distinct trend in age or school size. The harvest ratio of males and female bears appears stable. Between 2013 and 2022, the average portion of males in the harvest was 69%, and the prior 10-year average was 72%. The portion of male harvests has stayed relatively consistent at around 70% since the 1970s. Here we have brown bear harvest by hunter residency, with resident hunters in red and non-resident hunters in blue. You will notice that there are a few green bars on several years, and those have been mistakenly identified as unknown. Those are actually resident harvesters and should be added to the resident harvest column. Residency can also be quite variable at the interannual scale, but the 10-year average between regulatory years 13 and regulatory years 22 is 70% resident harvest and 30% non-resident harvest. Moving on to wolf. Wolf abundance within the unit is unknown, as high winds typically produce hard snow crusts that do not lend well to tracking. Wolf sightings are recorded opportunistically when observed during ungulate surveys and provide a general reference through time. Anecdotal reports from public suggest that wolf numbers may be increasing. Sealing records indicate that an average of 33 wolves are harvested per year, and there are no wolf proposals at this meeting. Between regulatory years 18 and 22, the bulk of wolf harvest occurred during the winter and spring months of December, January, February, and March. This aligns well with when snow conditions are conducive to travel by snow machine. A secondary peak can be seen in September and primarily represents non-resident hunters that are in the unit during the non-resident caribou and bear seasons. The wolf hunting season runs from August 1st through April 30th with a bag limit of 20 wolves, and the trapping season runs from November 1st through April 30th with no limit. So for muskox, I'll only be presenting on the Cape Thompson muskox population, which inhabits the northern portion of GMUs 23 and 26A. Muskox present in the southern portion of the unit are part of the Seward Peninsula population and were addressed in the Unit 22 overview. The Cape Thompson population spans both GMUs 23 and 26A. The last abundance estimate of the entire population was conducted in 2020 and produced an estimate of 911 animals. Approximately half of those animals reside within GMU 23. The population appears to be stable or increasing and have shown continued eastward expansion within 26A. In recent years, 6 permits have been issued for the Cape Thompson population within GMU 23, with National Park Service issuing 3 of those permits and the department issuing the remaining 3. There is 1 muskox proposal for your consideration this meeting. Pardon me here. All muskox hunts, all muskox hunt opportunity within the unit occur under state or federal subsistence permits. The regulations listed here are for the Cape Thompson population only. Subsistence harvest on state lands occurs under the TX 107 Tier 2 subsistence hunt with a season date of August 1st through March 15th. And allows for the harvest on state managed lands north and west of the Kobuk River drainage. Subsistence opportunity also exists under federal regulation for federal lands north and west of the Kobuk River drainage and within the Cape Krusenstern National Monument. Muskox have a positive customary and traditional use finding with an amount necessary for subsistence of 18 to 22 muskox. A brief background here, muskox were introduced to the unit in 1970 at Cape Thompson, which is indicated by the yellow star, and additional animals were added in 1977. The population expanded north and south along the coastal areas, And their consistent occupation of this area from north of Kotzebue to Cape Lisburne established what is referred to as the Cape Thompson core area, which is indicated here in white. In the last 15 years, the number of animals seen in new areas in Unit 26A, which is indicated in blue, and in Eastern Unit 23, which is indicated in red, has increased noticeably and includes mixed sex and mixed age groups. This continued eastward expansion into GMU's 26 has allowed for additional state and federal subsistence hunt opportunity in recent years. So before moving on to the next slide, I'll have you focus again on the white portion of this image, which is referred to as that core area of the Cape Thompson population. Survey results from this specific area will be presented in the next slide. So abundance estimates within the core area are conducted in partnership with the National Park Service on a near annual basis and use a distance sampling survey. Graph indicates survey results from 2011 to 2022 with annual minimum counts in blue and abundance estimates in orange. While recent years have seen fluctuations in abundance, the long-term abundance remains relatively stable between 200 and 300 animals. The entirety of the Cape Thompson Range is served on a 5-year basis, with surveys conducted in 2011, 2016, and most recently in 2020. The 2020 population-wide estimate was 911 muskox, with approximately half of that population residing within Unit 23 and the other half in Unit 26A. In this graphic, orange bars represent the core area estimate and the blue bars represent the overall population estimate. As you can see, the growth observed in 2020 was primarily outside of the core area. This next figure shows the portion of bulls in the population between calendar years 2013 and 2023. Over the last 5 years, the portion of bulls in the population has remained between 14 and 19%. This graphic shows the percentage of yearlings in the population between calendar years 2013 and 2023. Over the last 5 years, the portion of yearlings has ranged between 13 and 16%. While Unit 23 does not have specific demographic management objectives, current composition data suggests a stable or slowly increasing population, and current management strategies will be maintained to promote further growth and expansion of this population. Moving on to Dall sheep. Abundance estimates for Dall sheep have not been conducted in the unit since 2019. However, the department does conduct a minimum count of a portion of the DeLong Mountains, which I've included here. The 2023 survey found 97 sheep within the central DeLongs, and the population is believed to be in slow decline. There is no open season for sheep hunting within the unit. And you've already considered the one sheep proposal that was relevant to GMU 23. There are 3 distinct populations of Dall sheep within GMU 23. While habitat is contiguous in places, mixing between populations is believed to be minimal. In the image, the blue area denotes the DeLong Mountains, which make up the far western portion of the Brooks Range and spans the border between GMU's 23 and 26A, west of the Atiblik River. The management area, the magenta area, is the Baird Mountains, which separates the Noatak River drainage to the north and the Kobuk River drainage to the south. These mountains are almost wholly contained within the Noatak National Preserve. The orange area denotes the Schwatka Mountains, which is the most eastern population in GMU 23 and is considered within the Central Brooks Range population. These mountains are almost entirely contained within the Gates of the Arctic National Park and Preserve and are almost exclusively federally managed. So Dall sheep have a positive, customary, and traditional use finding, and an ANS has been identified for each population. Those numbers have been denoted in small boxes within each of those larger boxes. The DeLong population has an ANS of 0 to 9. The Baird Mountains have an ANS of 18 to 47, and the Schwaka Mountains have an ANS of 2 to 4 sheep. Unit 23 sheep are also part of a larger ANS for the entire Brooks Range, including GMUs 23, 24, 25A, and 26, with an overall ANS of 75 to 125 sheep. Distance sampling surveys of the Baird Mountains sheep population were conducted in partnership with the National Park Service between 2011 and 2018. This graph shows estimated abundance for each regulatory year. Please note the break in the timeline along the x-axis between 2011 and 2014 when surveys were not conducted. And that's denoted by that little squiggly along your x-axis. Sheep population throughout the unit saw precipitous declines in 2012 and 2013, which led to unit-wide closures of state sheep hunting seasons beginning in regulatory year 14 and federal closures in regulatory year 15. Both state and federal closures are noted with dashed lines. So here we have the central DeLong Mountains. Distance sampling surveys were also conducted in the central portion of the DeLong Mountains. Surveys were conducted in partnership with the National Park Service between 2016 and 2019. Results of those surveys are shown with blue bars and suggest that sheep abundance within the DeLongs continued to decline in the late 2010s. Beginning in 2018, the department began conducting minimum count surveys in the central DeLong Mountains to closely monitor the population between abundance surveys. Minimum counts were conducted annually from 2018 to 2023, with the exception of 2021 when weather prevented the survey. I've included the minimum counts for years 2020, 22, and 2023 in green for continued context on this graph. As can be seen, Dall sheep numbers continue to remain low in the area. Now, this graph zooms in to the latter half of the previous graph and displays the minimum count data from 2018 to 2023. Again, there is no data for 2021. This graph further breaks down the minimum count into two categories: full curl rams and then all other sheep classes. Full curl rams are represented with orange bars and quantity is indicated in black text above the bar. All other sheep classes are represented with green bars with the black text inside the bar indicating quantity. The number of full curl rams on the landscape has diminished through time, and in the last 2 survey years, no full curl rams have been observed in the survey area. Unit 23 fur bearer data is derived solely from sealing records. Between regulatory years 13 and 22, there was an average annual reported harvest of 53 lynx, 9 river otter, and 19 wolverine. Furs remain a valuable and important cultural item within the region, and home tanning and skin sewing for garment making is still an active practice. And with that, I'd like to conclude with some final acknowledgements. Much of our work is completed in partnership with federal agencies and local entities. In these remote areas of the state, sharing of facilities and resources is vital, and we are very thankful for these collaborations. We'd also like to extend thanks to all the members of the public who have participated in this regulatory process, be it through advisory committees, councils, or other public wildlife meetings. Your involvement is essential, and we recognize that you've given up your time and energy to support the management of resources you care deeply about. And finally, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board, for your time, attention, and dedication to Alaska's wildlife management. We hope you've enjoyed your time in Kotzebue so far. And with that, I can take any questions.
Thank you. And again, I want to commend you on your pictures. They're really good. Questions from board members? On this? If not, we can go to Dave always has questions.
Thank you. I really appreciate you explaining what the graphs mean and going through that effort. That really helps, and it was very good. So thank you for that. And a quick question on slide number 17, which was the wolf harvest. You had mentioned the slide show there's a significant harvest in September over that 5-year period. Is that mostly incidental to other hunters, other hunting, do you think?
Through the chair to Member Loring, yeah, we suspect that that peak in September primarily coincides with non-resident hunters and some resident hunters on the landscape, primarily for caribou and bear hunts.
Okay, thank you for that. And really quickly on slide 24, this is with yearling muskox. There's a large drop between 2014 and 2016. And I also saw a drop on slide 28 with sheep and the bears. What was it? Was that a bad weather event, or what caused that drop? You know, it's really significant.
Again, through the chair to Member Loring, for muskox specifically in 2014, I suspect that some of that might be carryover. We had incredible icing events in 2011, 2012, and 2013, which is primarily responsible for the sheep decline that you saw there. I can't say specifically to muskox, though.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Any additional questions, Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Christie. It was a really good overview. My question's on brown bear harvest. It seems like in year 20 or 2000, there was a really big spike of 84 bears taken. And a few slides down from that, it also corresponds to a high non-resident harvest. So was there an active guide or two that were responsible for that?
Through the chair to Member Barrett, yes, particularly our non-resident bear harvest is incredibly variable, and a lot of that is driven by guide presence and activity. I don't know specifically if there were more guides in the area that year, but we do see shifts based on guide activity.
That was kind of a large one. Thank you.
Significant.
Okay, any additional questions from board members? Not, thank you very much for your presentation. It was great. And if we have time before lunch to look at a couple of proposals here, so.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 36, reduce the caribou bag limit for residents in unit 23 from 5 caribou per day to 4 caribou total, only one of which may be a cow.
Second.
The proposal's been moved and seconded, and I'm going to ask the department to not go through its presentation on this, since we've seen this presentation already at this meeting. But I would like to hear if there's anything unique to 23 on this. Go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not specifically unique to the unit 23. However, given actions previously taken by the board, we need to address unit 22. So we would like to amend, should the board go forward, we'd like to amend this proposal to include unit 22, recognizing the to be announced areas related to the reindeer herds.
Okay. And I think that's fine. And Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to amend proposal 36 to include unit 22 into the proposal.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Discussion on that amendment.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, we kind of missed that yesterday or the day before, and so it's good the department brought it up to us to keep us uniform and aligned.
Okay, I'd also like to But go ahead. We should vote on that amendment if we're ready.
Call the question.
And just so it's clear, is it fine to just say include unit 22? Does it need to specify the to be announced areas, or did we get that correct on the record, Ryan?
Through the chair, Ms. Tibbles, I believe that is accurate. I've been advised by my regulatory specialist that we're in good shape.
Thank you. All right, then on that amendment, Mr. Lauren,
Yes.
Ms. Cusack,
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
Chairman Burnett,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Cooney,
Yes.
Mr. Barrett.
Yes.
That amendment carries 7-0.
Thank you. And we have an RC in our packet. I think it's either 25, 24, 25, or 26. So I'd have to look. Which suggests that we amend this proposal to align it with the bag limits for Unit 23 remainder, which we adopted earlier in the meeting. So if I could refer the members to that RC. And I'll have to look it up and figure out which one it is, but 26, RC 26. And with the earlier amendment, we would want to align that with unit 22 as well. So it would be including 22 if we were to look at that. And I'd like the members to consider that and have some discussion. And perhaps a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt the amendment 26. You want me to read it out?
The amendment in RC 26
Yeah.
and include unit 22 in that.
Second.
Been moved and seconded, and would you like to speak to the amendment or would you like someone else to?
No, I think it.
Okay, discussion on that amendment, James?
Yeah, I can speak to it. So, yeah, so if what I'm reading is correctly, the amendment that's before us now is to increase, is to change the bag limit to 15 per year, only one of which may be cow, which is similar to what we did in proposal 2 from earlier for both units 22 and 23. It looks like we have some support from that. So I'm in favor of supporting that as well. Over.
And the department has looked at this amendment, I assume.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Yes, the department has looked at it and discussed it internally, and we are supportive of the amendment.
And Amy, you have comments on the on the ability to have appropriate levels of opportunity for harvest for subsistence purposes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to say that Helen has a little bit of additional subsistence data for you if you would like as well on that related to RC 26.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Go ahead.
Hi, Mr. Chair, members of the board. For the record, my name is Helen Cold and I work with subsistence with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. And I just wanted to provide you with a little bit of information. If limited to the 15 caribou per hunter as amended in RC 26, the percentage of households that harvest more than 15 would include 10% of households and comprise about 42% of the harvest.
Thank you. And I want to point out that we acknowledge that people have a sharing culture here. 15 for an individual, but there's also proxy hunting available if they're hunting for other members of the household or other individuals within the community. So we believe that this is ample opportunity. Any additional discussion? Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I like this RC 36. I am very glad that it came from the ACs and I'm going to support them.
Dave?
Hey, Mr. Chairman, I'll be supporting this also. this number is lower than it has been in the past, but it's a good number and it's within line for a good bull harvest. We have plenty of bulls to harvest out there and keeping in line that we're protecting cows with the one cow option in there. So I think it's good. It came from the RC and the public, realizing all the different ramifications that we're looking at. So I will be supporting it also. Thank you.
Thank you, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was reminded of another error I committed on the record. This didn't come from the ACs, but a couple members of an AC.
Okay, that's fine. Amy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to point out RC 24 as well for the board's benefit, and Alita can speak to that a little bit with regard to additional subsistence sharing data if you'd like.
Okay, thank you. Okay, additional discussion on the amendment?
Call the question on the amendment.
All right, on the amendment, which is provided for in RC 26, Ms. Cusack,
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
Chairman Burnett,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Cooney,
Yes.
Mr. Barrett,
Yes.
Mr. Loring.
Yes.
That amendment carries 7-0.
Okay, with the proposal as amended before us, which is amended to include unit 22 and increase the annual limit to 15. Brian.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to reach out to Alex Hansen and give him an opportunity if he had anything to add.
Thank you, Ryan. And through the chair, yes, this is Alex Hansen for the record. I just wanted to provide some appreciation for your support of this amendment. We recognize that the local ACs, the Western Arctic Herd Working Group, the local RAC have worked tirelessly to find a measure to reduce meaningful harvest. This is, signifies a very large reduction in available harvest. So we appreciate them and the efforts that they've made toward this reduction and also to the conservation of the Western Arctic herd. We support this.
Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just one more point. I just want to ensure that as we amend unit 22, that the portions addressing the to be announced seasons, while their bag limits will change, those sections, those areas stay in regulation. Want to make sure that's the intent of the board.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any additional discussion on this amendment? We've talked about the subject for a long time this meeting, and I'm hoping that this is successful by reducing cow harvest. It will take cooperation from the public to do this. And we hope the herd can be built. So go ahead, Al.
Alex kind of stole my thing too. We were having a lot of discussion after yesterday with the Kotzebue people. And so I'm surprised, or I'm very wonderful and surprised that an RC came up with this after the discussions we had yesterday. So I really thank the people of Kotzebue and I really hope this works out.
Any additional discussion from the board? If not, we may be ready for the question.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Regarding the question, the board heard no concerns from the public regarding cost of private persons. This regulation is adopted. And I think that a lot of the effort is going to be real similar to what's been ongoing. So the amount of cost is probably be real similar to what they've experienced in the past.
Okay, thank you. Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 36 as amended. Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
Chairman Burnett,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Cooney,
Yes.
Mr. Barrett,
Yes.
Mr. Loring,
Yes.
Ms. Cusack.
Yes.
Proposal carries as amended 7-0.
Take no action on the next one and then go to lunch.
Mr. Chair, I move to take no action on proposal 37 due to the action we just took.
Second.
Been moved and seconded that we take no action on proposal 37. It was essentially the same proposal as 36. And if there's no objection, we'll do that by unanimous consent. Then we're gonna go to lunch. And when we come back, we have a few more proposals and then we will bring back up the controlled use area proposal. I think there'll be a map at that before then. And it's been already made to be an RC and it will be RC to the members and posted on the web for that amendment. And then we have a little miscellaneous business and then we can conclude this. Thank you. Yeah, we'll come back around 1:30. Board of Game meeting back to order. It's 1:37 PM. We have a few more proposals to go through and then some miscellaneous business. And so, Stosh.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 38, close all non-resident caribou hunting in unit 23.
Second.
Proposal 38's been moved and seconded. I'd like to hear from the department, although just we have heard most of this before, so if you could make it brief.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair, this is Alex Hansen, Alaska Department of Fish and Game, caribou biologist in Kotzebue. This is essentially identical to proposal 3, which you saw. We have some new material to discuss as we move through this. This was proposed by the Northwest Arctic Regional Advisory Council, and the Kotzebue Sound AC supported this proposal. And the department recommendation, again, here is neutral. So in unit 23, we have a non-resident hunting season of August 1 through September 30th. 1 bull is the bag limit, no cow season. As you can see here, if we were to adopt this proposal, we would reduce harvest by approximately 50 to 350 caribou annually, and hunters would be reduced by 80 to 415 annually in unit 23. So the unit 23 non-resident bag limit has been 1 bull, August 1 through September 30th since regulatory year 15. The resident locking tag fee increased in RY 17, and our annual non-resident harvest has been around 178 bulls, 4 cows, for 182 total caribou from 2012 through 2022. And the non-resident average is about 250. So we've also discussed additional closures that non-resident hunters have faced, including federal closures, including WSA 2101. This is a component of the closures that they've faced, including the no attack CUA and the extension made by the targeted closure from the Federal Subsistence Board. And these are the lands that were included in WSA 2101, which sunset last fall. That is up for discussion at the FSB for permanent closure. Again, you've seen this. I don't want to beleaguer it, but this is a harvestable surplus. We feel like we have a harvestable surplus of approximately 7,300 animals within the Western Arctic. We combine that ANS with the Teshik puck for a total of 11,000, which puts it in the upper end of the 8,000 to 12,000 for the ANS. So it's getting to a point where we need to consider something with the non-resident users. Here's our range use. I don't want to take too much time on this, so I'm just going to bounce through these. We know that the non-resident harvest component is small, but it is still available. We feel like we have a healthy bull to cow ratio, have for a number of years. We will continue to monitor the health of this herd to the best of our ability. We have a very robust SNI program here with the Western Arctic herd. I would point out that the non-resident harvest has been about 98% since 2012. Again, our recommendation as a department is neutral, and this was proposed by the Northwest Arctic Advisory Council.
Thank you. And are there any questions? I would refer to the members to RC 25 and RC 29, I believe it is. A couple of proposals to amendments to this. Each of these propose a draw hunt with a total limit of 300, but they're slightly different. Board member questions or discussion? Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think there's been a lot of discussion and there's been a lot of compromise in Unit 23 and Unit 23 people. And I move to amend Proposal 38 to up to 300 registration permits found in that language, or that's coming from RC 20, gotta back out of this. Found in RC 2025. I want to rephrase that. I want to amend it to 300, a quota of 300 animals to be taken.
So would that be a maximum of 300?
A maximum of 300. I think 250 is the annual harvest right now. We need a little cushion. And, you know, so non-residents can adjust to do limits.
Okay, I'd ask if we go to a
quota
registration hunt or a draw permit, either one, that we have the effective date of this 1 year
Yes.
in the future.
Thank you for including that.
Do we have a second on Al's amendment?
Second.
Been moved and seconded that we go to a registration permit with a upper limit of 300 permits starting in 2025. Discussion on the amendment. Al,
Yeah, and so to build on that, like I said, there's been a lot of give and take, and there's been a lot of discussion throughout the meeting. I think the Kotzebue people, or people of Unit 23, believe they have sacrificed a lot, and I tend to go with that a little bit. And I also think this provides some opportunity for non-residents still with somewhat of a harvestable surplus.
additional discussion? I'd like to just, in our discussion, I want to bring up the concept of a draw hunt rather than a registration permit before we vote on this. But I know the proposal before us is a registration permit. And, you know, a draw permit does bring in a little extra revenue for the department, but it also makes it more difficult for hunters who might make and transporters to sell, also for guides, depending on the circumstances. The other suggestion in RC 29 was to consider having a draw hunt and reserving a portion of that for people who had guide client relationships and who are coming up here to hunt bears already, and to try to help ensure the harvest of bears by making sure that these people had the opportunity to hunt a caribou as well. Those are things that I think ought to be discussed on the board before we decide what we're going to do. Al.
So maybe I'll just clarify that or help everybody. So we can not vote for this amendment, and then we can discuss a drawing or the other option the chairman was speaking about. So we're all have that understanding.
On the amendment as written, which is for a registration permit for up to 300 permits. Go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I suspect I'll have lots of questions and comments as we go through this. Should the board move this direction, we will need direction, and I would ask that it be done in findings on, we know how many registration permits are being talked about right now, but where do we issue them? Do we issue them all over the state? Do we put them online? Do you want them in some, specific areas? Things like that. So there'll be some details to work out that I asked the board to direct us on.
Thank you. And Cheryl.
Yeah, I want clarification on the amendment, because what I heard Member Barrett say is up to 300 animals, which is a harvest quota by registration permits. So then the department would determine how many permits to issue. But what I heard the chair saying is that it would be 300 permits. So I want to clarify what this amendment actually would do.
Right. Yeah, and Al, go ahead.
Yeah, for clarification, it's up to 300 animals, or a quota of 300 animals. I'm sorry.
So the department then would be deciding how many permits, and normally in regulation, we talk about numbers of permits, but go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Normally we issue, I mean, for the large majority of the state, it's unlimited number of registration permits. But one of my biggest concerns about the 300 animal quota is what do we do about all the people in the field? How do we let them know when we've got to the quota?
Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, that is a problem. And right now you have a bunch of hunts that kind of operate that way, and I know you have a way of cushioning your harvest a little bit. So I know there's some options, not the greatest options, but of not going over, which a lot of times you do. So I'm not sure how you'd work that with Al's proposal.
Through the chair member Loring, I agree. We have that challenge in a lot of places and given the communications that we're able to have now. But I'm looking at this area and it's a big area out in the middle of nowhere. And the flight services that are servicing hunters out there, you know, I've tried to get on some of them. They're booked and they've got a pretty rigid schedule and they got people scattered. So I think it would be potentially very hard on the hunters that are in the field.
Thank you. And James.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Member Brett, just for clarify what we're voting on, the amendment on the table currently, you were referencing the verbiage in RC 25, correct? And I believe that that's what we're all discussing now. That would be very difficult to manage. But potentially, I just wanted to confirm an RC 29 was the one that the chairman was referencing. Is that correct?
Yes.
That might be easier. I'm leaning towards probably not supporting the RC 25 language because I probably support the other one. So.
Al, you can clarify, but RC 25 asks for drawing permits instead of registration permits as well, and you modified that.
Yes, I did start out with the registration and 300 quota.
Okay.
And that's what my
So the
amendment was.
amendment before us is registration with 300 quota. Any additional discussion on that? On the amendment?
I got a question to the department, but I'll wait.
Okay. If no, go ahead, Jake.
Yeah, you know, I'm worried about if we decide to go this route and take away the draw component. Makes a guide operator makes it harder for a guide to operate. And we've kind of established the fact that guides are able to take a lot of predators out of this ecosystem in the form of, you know, grizzly bears and wolves. And if we switch over to just a straight registration, we have all sorts of complications with, you know, in a quota system with people in the field.
Well, I'll just kind of respond to that, but there's no guarantee that a draw system is going to a guide because it's a non-guided species.
Well, you know, I think having you know, we've done it in other places like in Southeast and in the Koyukuk, but having a guide client agreement for caribou in this area, and I think it makes a heck of a lot of sense. I think, you know, even though it happens very rarely, guides do a pretty good job of targeting a specific sex. In this case, we want to take bulls. I think guides do a really good job of handling meat. I know we've had problems with meat spoilage and mishandled meat in the past, and I think guides would work in that context.
Okay, on the amendment, any additional discussion?
Call the question.
Would you poll the board on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman. Hey, I'm sorry to ask. So 300 quota?
Quota of
permit?
300, registration permits with a quota of 300 animals.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to begin with member Cooney.
No.
Mr. Barrett,
Yes.
Mr. Loring,
No.
Mr. Fletcher,
No.
Chairman Burnett,
No.
and Mr. Hoffman.
No.
That amendment fails by a vote of 1 yay, 5 nays. Member Cusack abstained.
Okay, back to the original proposal. You had a question for the department?
Yeah, can you show me the harvest, the current harvest again, please?
you need me to clarify, it's pretty small through the chair. So our average is between 50 and 350. So, I mean, our average, at least for these units, is 286. And I think, I don't know if I can make this distinction, but I think the original language for this amendment was not necessarily for a quota, but for a limited number of registration permits, which would deal with the in-season management issues that you discussed, if that's a possibility. So limiting the permits available. Ryan, please clarify if I'm off track.
I think you got it.
Okay, so additional discussion on, do we have any other amendments to be offered? Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just more additional discussion. I think Fish and Game really would like to see some type of set number of animals killed. And how we get to that point, whether it be by drawing permit or not, or else a limited number of registration permits, so they don't go over that number. They don't have to worry about emergency order closure in the field and having extra 50 killed by accident, that type of thing. So I'd like to see our discussion or amendment go towards either a drawing permit or like an RC 29, where we can control what that harvest is going to be a lot better in the field.
Yeah, I agree with you that the RC 25 amendment, which I think a number of people not on the board discussed prior to it being offered, is an attempt to put a hard cap on the number of hunters and the number of animals taken, not just animals, but hunters in the field. It has both of those components in it when you go to a drawing permit with a set number of, a maximum set number. And members are free to make an amendment to do that in line with RC 25 or with RC 29. I'm sure the department will have a lot of heartburn with the proposal in RC 29, which specifies certain numbers of permits going to people with guide-client relationships. It does provide, for some assurance of that people who are going to be hunting bears, et cetera, because you can't hunt bears without a guide, and people would be able to do both on the trip. But Al.
So I have a question for the department, because in RC 25, it speaks to only 300, up to 300 permits issued. So what is the estimated success of non-residents in Unit 23?
I would refer back to Mr. Hanson.
Thank you through the chair to Member Barrett. That varies. Certainly, we've seen some changes with the federal land closures, but at one time it was between 80 and 90% success rates. So that is really, our goal here is to have the opportunity for management to, be able to adjust this down. We were looking for an up to number of 300, right? So we want to be able to move down if needed based on biological availability through our harvestable surplus. So it allows us some flexibility to move within this permit system and adapt as needed.
Now.
Yeah, thank you. So if something like this were to pass to up to 300 permits, what would you anticipate your first year issue of permits be?
Great question. Through the chair. Through Member Brett, our first year, we're looking at 300. This is looking to start in 2025 because, the draw and all these periods have passed, right? So we look at 300, but we would analyze that with all current data as we move forward.
Thank you. And I would remind the members, this would start in 2025 if we go to a drawing permit. And so 2027, when 25 and 26 were in the books, is when we'd be back, when the board would be back in this area to revisit this area. Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hate to admit it, but I'm confused. Member Brett just referenced RC 25, and that only deals with registration permits.
It's not.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong, I apologize. See, I told you I was confused.
No, 25, RC 25 is a draw hunt, 300. Member Barrett had offered an amendment which would have changed that to a registration hunt with a quota of 300 animals. That failed. And now we have before us the proposal, which is to just simply close it. And we have opportunities to amend that to anything we wish. And I'm hoping someone wishes. James.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thanks. I'll make an amendment to adjust the current proposal for units 23 and 23 remainder for non-residents only to create a draw hunt for caribou with up to 300 permits issued annually.
Thank you. Do we have a second on that?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Discussion on that. James.
Yeah, so I think we've had a pretty good, robust discussion about the non-resident take in the area. With language up to 300 permits, that doesn't mean that the department will issue out all of them. It could be some number much lower. It could be something up to almost. And so I think that does a pretty good job of offering some predictability. And again, this wouldn't start, until the after this session.
Thank you. And for the department, the herd's been declining. It's either declining or stable now. Given this, we wouldn't expect that harvestable surplus before 2027 when we get back to allow for a much larger number, correct?
Given, through the chair, given current trends, I would agree with that, and I would like the opportunity to be able to close this down if needed, just to address this issue before we meet again as a board, or you all meet with the board.
Right. And I understand that the department always has emergency closure authority. So go ahead, Al.
So yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. In a rock and a hard place here. So our annual non-resident harvest is about 250. You're willing to start out with 300 permits just to see how that works out with, if it still is in the 80 to 90% success rate, which would basically get you back to 250 round numbers, and give you some room. Yeah, let me think a little bit more. It's a very hard decision.
Okay, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to add on a little bit more for Member Brett, I mean, oftentimes the rule of thumb with drawing hunts too is you have to 50% of the people who draw them will go. That may not be the case with this hunt, it is, each hunt is unique. But just having a harvest ticket is easy, right? You literally can come to Alaska, go to the store, pick it up, and you're out in the field. So I would anticipate that they would probably be fully subscribed. However, I'd be surprised if we got 100% participation. And then harvest, who knows what that would be.
Okay. I didn't talk to the people who put together RC 25 directly, but it seems to me that one of the ideas was to limit the potential for numbers of people as well as this because of perceived conflict with the public. And so I think that's one of the ideas, but whether that's the right idea or not, Dave?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I like this proposal as we've been talking about it. And especially when it's not gonna go into effect till 25, so those folks that made plans already for this next season will not be affected. And they'll have plenty of room to make additional plans for 25 when that happens. It also helps Fish and Game out knowing they have a certain number of hunters in the field. And it'd probably be a whole lot less, like Ryan said, than actually the number of permits that are issued. Could be, 30% less or 50% less, so that's gonna help too. They're limited to one bull, and that's gonna work with the harbor serp or the population dynamics there, so it's not gonna affect the cow hunt. Everything looks like it's kind of coming into play. The public that presented this, through the AC felt it was a good proposal and want to support it.
Okay, on the amendment. Additional discussion. Al, you've had your time to think.
Yeah, no, I think I'm gonna support it, but I think we could have done a little better job on the roadmap. Because we took action before this and it was to not affect the non-resident season at bag limit and season. And now that we worked all around that, we came to this and I'm basically gonna have to support this so I can still have some non-resident opportunity.
And I would point out that the other decision we made affected multiple units, and this is only unit 23, so it's different. And 22, right, 23 and 22. Any additional discussion on the amendment?
Call the question.
Question's been called on the amendment. Christie?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on the amendment, which is for units 23 and 23 remainder, a drawing hunt up to 300 permits. Anything else?
Goes into effect in 25 because that's how drawing hunts always have to work.
Mhm.
They can't do it for this year.
Mhm. Okay, so on that amendment, so start with Member Fletcher,
Yes.
Chairman Burnett,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Cooney,
Yes.
Mr. Brett,
Yes.
and Mr. Lauren.
Yes.
That amendment carries 6-0. And again, Member Cusack abstained.
Okay, proposal 38 as amended is before us now. A discussion on the proposal as amended. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll support it as amended. Again, there's been a lot of great compromise. It was a hard vote. And I think the Caribou will prosper because of this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, and Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Please excuse me. I'd like to hear the proposal as amended that the board will be voting on. Just so I am truly clear.
Okay, so the proposal is to units 23 and 23 remainder for non-residents only, a draw hunt or caribou with up to 300 permits issued annually. And of course, the department can have a smaller number if necessary, and it will be effective for 2025. And that is the proposal as it is. It doesn't change any bag limits or season dates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So in effect, the season dates are these.
Right. Okay, Jake.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. This proposal as it is going to make it very difficult for a guide to operate here. You have to be in competition with a lot of transporters. I don't want to just, sound like I'm playing a fiddle over here and getting people to cry for me, but we're going to take out of the equation whether, all the benefits that guides have here, which is taking out predators. In addition, to that, whether it's a real problem or just a perceived problem, we're not going to have any of those benefits that guides bring into this equation, because we're pretty good at targeting things. We're pretty good at deciding if an animal's legal, if it's a bull, if it's a cow. We're really good at, when there's multiple species in the field, being able to handle all those species comfortably. So.
Go ahead, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you. So just to clarify, with this amended version we have with no guides in the field, they won't be able to take any bears. Is that correct?
Just go ahead.
Yes, through the chair, to member Hoffman, sorry. Not necessarily. We do have one operator who guides bears out of Unit 23 every year, and he guides caribou hunters opportunistically. So there was a question as to what that harvest rate is on guided bear hunts, and that's approximately 16 per year, 10-year average. So we see, you know, high of 25, and then last year was kind of a low because of bad weather conditions. So yes and no. It could limit potential new guides coming in to take opportunities, but there is currently one guide who operates both sides.
Ryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's something for the board to consider. You do have multiple proposals coming up that will increase resident opportunity in Unit 23 for many of the reasons we're discussing.
Thank you. You know, I express a little bit of the concern that Jake is expressed here. You know, there'll be a few people who have guided bear hunts who will draw a tag for a caribou with this system, perhaps. Depends on how many non-residents put in for this. But, you know, and I know that I've talked to the department, it's very difficult to carve out a specific number for guides. It's something that if Jake wanted to offer a amendment to do that, it's still still before us here, but I'm not sure that, you know, whether you want to do that or not.
Can I offer amendment, please? Yeah. All right, I'd like to amend the proposal to create a non-resident draw hunt for up to 300 permits being issued, 50 of those permits for non-residents to be offered to non-residents with a guide client agreement.
We have a second? Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second discussion on Jake's amendment. I think you've already explained why, but go ahead again if you wish.
Yeah, just once again, it's taken out of the equation all the benefits that the caribou have from having a guide in the field that can take predators such as grizzly bears.
James?
Yeah, the amendment makes sense to me. If you're a non-resident, you get your, if you end up getting a guide client agreement signed and you're able to draw one of these tags, with your guide, then you certainly are able to, at least at that point, go out and buy a brown bear permit or a brown bear tag, and go hunt some of those permits. And the other additional thing for at least you're pretty certain those non-residents with those guides are going to be targeting, bull caribou, which also gets after, part of the thing we're trying to do is reduce the conflict with the non-residents shooting cows. So it doesn't happen very often, but with those guides out there with those non-resident clients, you rest assured you're probably not going to have those ones who draw shooting any cows over. Or that's it. Thanks.
Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A question to Mr. Scott. Do you have a system in place now to issue permits associated with a guide client contract? And will that work for you?
Through the chair, Member Loring, we certainly do. And we've had, as Member Fletcher pointed out, we have examples of how this has been done in the past. Some of them are very detailed, and it takes us a while to get there. For instance, I believe the amendment that was just offered was a hard number of 50 permits for non-residents. What if we don't issue 300 permits? What happens when we go down? What do we do there? Or are you going to stick with 50? And then, those are all allocation issues, right? We have the surplus of bull caribou. He didn't change the seasons or the bag limits. Thank you. Appreciate that. And we have that surplus at this point. We're going to have to watch the bull cow ratio closer now, obviously. But there's we've got to look downstream on the allocative side, and that's your bailiwick for sure.
Dave, and to follow up with those comments, maybe the amendment might say 20%, or come up with something that would move back and forth with the allocation that the department comes up with that particular year. Might be too complicated here, but might be a possibility.
Through the chair, member Loring, based on the numbers we're talking about right now, it's 17%. So you're pretty darn close.
So Dave, did you want to attempt an amendment to the amendment? No,
Did we, I don't think we voted on.
yeah, so go ahead.
Freshers amendment
Jay.
yet, so.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. So would the department be comfortable with up to 50, that language?
Through the chair, member Fletcher, no, we wouldn't. We need you to, I encourage you to think about a percentage based on the original track that you're going down here. That way that can be adjusted. It leaves it, you know, it's gonna leave some fuzziness for especially guided clients, but you know, it's yeah, we're gonna need that leeway to be able to move around as we adjust the permits.
Okay, we have the amendment before us, been moved and seconded. Al,
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not in favor of supporting this. One, just the discussion we had now with hard numbers. And two, I've consistently, with my involvement with the AACs and before another board of game, I really hate going down the road of allocating non-guided species to a to guides to ensure they have you know, have economic viability in their guide use area. I think it's, you know, it started with the Koyukuk and we're already talking, you know, there's 3 moose hunts, a bear hunt, and, you know, potentially now a caribou hunt. And potentially if the guide concession program ever got taken off in the state, you know, the guide industry could become like the commercial fishing industry on the fishing side of things. So I'm always precautious about things like that. So with the hard numbers, that really sets me on that one. I appreciate the comments from the department, so I'll be voting no.
additional discussion on the amendment before us, Cheryl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to point out that in RC1, starting on page 19, there's a non-resident allocation policy that the board adopted in 2017. It's fairly lengthy. I just want to make sure everyone is familiar with the policy that the board has in place for non-resident allocation.
Thank you. And back to the amendment, which is before us. Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thank you. With all that being said, I'm gonna withdraw that amendment and I'd like to propose a new one.
Is that okay with the second?
Yes,
Was
it
the
is.
second?
Yeah.
Yes, oh, go ahead.
So would the right language be create a non-resident draw hunt for caribou with up to 300 permits, 50 of those permits, or I guess it'd be up to 300 permits, 20% of those going to non-resident with a non-resident guide agreement, a guide contract agreement, guide client agreement.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion on this? James? No. Okay, it's clear what we're voting on. So, are we ready for the question on the amendment?
Call the question.
Okay, Christie, would you pull the board on the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on the amendment, and begin with Member Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Cooney,
Yes.
Mr. Brett,
No.
Mr. Loring,
No,
Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
Chairman Burnett.
No.
That amendment fails by a vote of 3 yeas, 3 nays.
Thank you. And the amendment, the proposal as amended with just 300, no more than 300 permits, not changing any the other things, going into effect in 2025 is what's before us at this time. Discussion on that proposal as amended.
Call the question.
Question's been called.
that's it, Mr. Chairman. After listening to discussion of the board and the department, And looking at the fact that this will go into effect in later years, we have heard no concern from the public regarding the cost of private persons in this regulation.
Thank you. And Christie, would you pull the board on the proposal? as
Yes,
amended?
Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 38 as amended. Member Cooney,
Yes.
Mr. Barrett,
Yes.
Mr. Loring,
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
Chairman Burnett,
Yes.
and Mr. Hoffman.
Yes.
That proposal carries as amended 6-0. Member Kusick abstained.
We're gonna do, go ahead, move it.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 209, establish a target hunt for muskox in unit 23.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Like to hear from the department. I think we're doing a little changing of the guard here, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Again, for the record, my name is Christy Osborne. I'm the Unit 23 area biologist. And we'll introduce proposal 209. Proposal 209 seeks to create a bull-only targeted muskox hunt for Sosolic spit. This proposal was submitted by the native village of Kotzebue and the Kotzebue Elders Council. The department is neutral on this proposal. The Kotzebue Sound AC was the only AC to meet prior to this meeting, and they unanimously supported this proposal as amended with the department's provided alternative. So a little refresher over what we covered earlier. Hunting of the Cape Thompson population is managed under a Tier 2 hunt structure, as the harvestable surplus currently falls below ANS of 18 to 22 muskox. The TX 107 Tier 2 permit authorizes the harvest of one bull from August 1st to March 15th. The TX 107 hunt area is defined as north and west of the Kobuk River drainage and includes Sosolic spit, which is the area specified in this proposal. Cape Krusenstern National Monument, which is indicated in the hashed area on the far left, is excluded from the state hunt area. 3 permits are currently issued for the TX 107 hunt. The annual harvest quota is shared with federal land managers, and federal subsistence harvest opportunity is provided under 2 federal hunts, one for the Cape Krusenstern National Monument and one for federal lands north and west of the Kobuk River drainage. Only federally qualified subsistence users may hunt under the federal permits. 3 federal muskox permits were issued for regulatory year 23. So this proposal seeks targeted harvest from the Cape Thompson muskox population in the northwestern portion of Unit 23. As mentioned in the overview, a small portion of the Cape Thompson population occupies a relatively stable core range between the mouth of the Noatak River and Cape Sabine, within approximately 20 miles of the Chukchi Sea coast. Abundance estimates within the core area are conducted in partnership with the National Park Service on a near annual basis using a distance sampling survey. This image shows groups identified during the 2023 survey. The area of interest for this proposal is the small spit identified within the red box located directly northwest of Kotzebue. So we've zoomed into the lower portion of this map now, again with Sosolic spit highlighted within the red box. Muskox surveys are typically conducted in February or March, so this image shows the winter distribution of muskox within the area. In some years, come late spring and early summer, groups of up to 40 animals may move down out of the hills and onto the coastal plains. And some individuals or groups have moved onto the Sisolic Spit, and this is when human muskox conflict has been reported. So while muskox densities within the unit remain relatively low, some human conflict does occur, and Unit 23 is not unique in this regard. The department currently has several options to address nuisance animals. The first and by far the most effective tool to mitigating muskox encounters is the use of exclusionary fencing. This approach has been effective within GMU 22, which you heard about earlier in the weekend, around the Nome Airport, and has recently been put in place around other areas of muskox conflict. Fencing can be used seasonally or installed for long-term use and can be constructed with locally sourced materials such as pallets or driftwood. Hazing can also be an effective tool on muskox groups when conducted by trained personnel, but experience has shown that this is a short-term solution and that groups often return to the vicinity within a day or two. Public safety permits can also be obtained by members of the public who have been trained in approved hazing techniques and may be issued for specific public safety concerns that cannot be readily addressed through exclusionary fencing or department hazing. Lastly, as with all wildlife, if a muskox poses an immediate threat to life or property, the animal can be dispatched under defense of life and property. The meat must be salvaged for human consumption and department staff notified as soon as possible. Meat from DLPs is donated to local organizations. However, this proposal seeks to create a targeted hunt for muskox on Sisolic Spit. Targeted hunt permits are defined as a permit issued on short notice and a lottery basis to an applicant who is previously registered and is willing to participate in a hunt under short notice. There are only a few targeted hunts in place around the state, and they have primarily been implemented to reduce vehicle collision, selectively harvest game animals that pose a threat to public safety, or harvest animals that are likely to die as a result of injury. Despite muskox present in much of northern and western Alaska, there has never been a targeted hunt for muskox. The idea is that if an animal is identified as posing a threat to human safety, department staff will contact a pre-registered hunter on a lottery basis. If the hunter is able to hunt within the timeframe identified, they will be issued a permit to hunt the identified animal. If the hunter is not able to hunt in the specified timeframe, then another pre-registered hunter will be selected by lottery. The process continues until an able hunter is identified. The hunter is required to salvage all edible meat and allowed to retain the meat for personal consumption. Targeted hunts are only open to Alaska residents, and they require that the interested hunter apply online during the month of October. Hunters must have a valid hunting license at the time of application. If an individual is selected for a targeted hunt permit, the hunter must have a valid hunting license. They cannot have already filled their bag limit for the regulatory year, and they must not be on the failure to report list for the prior regulatory year. While targeted hunts have been successful elsewhere, there are some considerations for the proposed hunt in this remote area. The first being that the timing and number of animals in the specified area is unpredictable. Muskox are not present on the spit every year or for the duration of the proposed season. Yet an application process would need to be administered in October of each year regardless. From Kotzebue, the proposed hunt area is approximately 9 miles straight line across the open waters of Kotzebue Sound. However, the area is flanked by shallow sandbars that prevent direct travel, and access by boat requires considerable knowledge of the area. Access is possible by aircraft, but hunters would not be allowed to harvest until the next day following same-day airborne regulation. And by then, muskox may no longer be present in the specified area. Considerations are true for our staff and would limit our staff's ability to verify and identify nuisance animals. Sosolik Spit is exclusively private lands, so once an able hunter was identified, they would need to quickly obtain permission to access the hunt area. So beyond the concept of a targeted hunt, the board may consider the possible alternative of creating a new Tier 2 hunt area to harvest some muskox within this confined area. The hunt could have season dates of June 1 to October 31, a bag limit of 1 bull with the option to issue up to 4 permits. This is similar to what has been implemented around the Nome area and used in combination with the other tools currently available could provide a suitable alternative. In summary, Proposal 209 seeks to create a targeted bull-only muskox hunt within Unit 23. This proposal was submitted by the Native Village of Kotzebue and the Kotzebue Elders Council. The department is neutral on this proposal. The Kotzebue Sound AC was the only AC to meet prior to this meeting, and they unanimously supported this proposal as amended with the department's provided alternative. And with that, I can take any questions.
Thank you. And thank you for all the description of a targeted hunt, knowing that we do not have the legal authority to create a targeted hunt for this species in this area. It's still good information for us. So questions for the department. We've been advised by the Department of Law, since this is a Tier 2 subsistence area, we can't create a targeted hunt. So the alternative, however, would be available to us, that as proposed on slide 89 in their presentation. Questions from board members? Amendment from board members to the proposal? Discussion? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought while the commissioner was here, he mentioned a regulation 5 AAC 92033. That would give him, he has the ability already to issue permits under safety, is paraphrasing and taking some of it out of there, but basically that regulation gives the commissioner an authority to do that.
Right, so the choices here really are DLP, the commissioner's authority, or we could adopt the hunt as suggested here and see if that works to reduce the numbers in the area and reduce conflicts. So those are the choices we have essentially. Ryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Via the commissioner, the division can issue those public safety permits. We typically do it to with an organization. We have done it with individuals. One of the big differences is we don't let the shooter keep the animal. We would have it turned in. I mean, typically that's how it's done, donated to charity. In this case with the Tier 2 hunt, should you go that direction, in theory, an individual would have a permit that could get there quickly and be able to retain the animal.
Board members. What's the will of the board here? Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know, creating another Tier 2 hunt gets us there. It is a generous season and it's a bag limit of 1 bull. And if it works and we get 1 bull, and what do we do with the next one that comes into fish camp or comes into up to 4 permits, 4 bulls then? Do we have a harvestable surplus for that?
Through the chair, member Barrett, we do. It doesn't meet the desires for all users. That's why it's in a Tier 2. And we recognize that those animals would be part of, the broader Tier 2 population. And as as I recall, the author of the original proposal 209 was very supportive of this. And also, you know, I'm not going to go as far as saying we shouldn't worry about 1 or 2 muskox, given how closely we manage muskox, but we are cognizant that there is a tier 2 population.
Okay, Stosh,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to create a new tier 2 hunt for this in lieu of the targeted hunt.
we have a second. Been moved and seconded, and I believe that what the intent is to create one as described on slide 89 in the departments.
Is there an RC for this? Is there an RC for this?
Is there an RC for this?
No, Mr. Chairman, my
No.
apologies. I assumed the slide would be sufficient.
Okay, so using the guidance from the slide here. So that's an amendment before us, discussion on the amendment. Go ahead, James first.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'm inclined to support this. This gives the department one more tool to use without having to go to the commissioner for, well, although if he's delegated it already, but it's one more tool for the department and it's predictable. And it also allows the hunter to keep the meat as well. So I'm inclined to support this.
Dave?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ryan, how many, if you have 4 permits, expecting all 4 to be taken? Most likely.
Through the chair, member Loring, actually, I don't. That's kind of the interesting thing about this. I believe Ms. Osborne described that sometimes they never show up. You know, sometimes they're there, sometimes they're not. As I recall, it's usually 1, maybe 2 animals that are, creating the issue really. So I no doubt all 4 permits will be subscribed, but I'm not sure that we'd actually see 4 muskox. I could be wrong, however.
Al?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that conversation, would we be reasonably providing opportunity for subsistence?
Well, we're providing more than we're providing without, if we don't do this. I mean, that's the real answer here.
All right.
The population's below ANS in any event, so. Or the harvestable surplus, I mean, not the population, but the harvestable surplus. Any additional discussion on the amendment? Question?
Call a question.
I'll just read that slide real quick. It's establishing a tier 2 hunt, season dates June 1 through October 31st. Bag limit of 1 bull, up to 4 permits may be issued. Member Barrett,
Yes.
Member Loring,
Yes.
Ms. Cusack,
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
Chairman Burnett,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Cooney.
Yes.
The amendment carries 7-0.
Now the proposal is amended is before us. Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I like the idea of the tier 2 permit. Both for fish and games management objectives, but also it allows the hunter to keep the animal. And then either for himself, his family, or to share it with other people, that's an option. Where if it went through the commissioner's authority, that would have to be given away to a charity. So I think the tier 2 permit is very palatable for me. Thank you.
Jake?
Hey, thanks. My reservation with creating a tier 2 permit was that maybe a problem animal wouldn't get harvested and an animal that isn't a problem would. But after this conversation, I feel really comfortable and confident that it's, this is going to work.
Okay, any additional discussion?
Call the question.
Question's been called.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board heard no concern from the public regarding costs of private persons, this regulation, other than what it would take to get out there if you're not a local resident, as far as cost and travel and that type of stuff to get into the area to hunt.
Okay, thank you, Dave, and go ahead and pull the board, Chrissy.
Final action on proposal 209 as amended. Member Loring,
Yes.
Ms. Cusack,
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
Chairman Burnett,
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Cooney,
Yes.
Mr. Barrett.
Yes.
Proposal carries as amended 7-0.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt proposal 39, lengthen the brown bear hunting season in unit 23 for residents to no close season.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. The department can find its slide. We'll go on from here.
All right, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Proposal 39 seeks to lengthen the Unit 23 resident brown bear hunting season to no closed season. This proposal was submitted by the Northwest Arctic Regional Advisory Council, and the department is neutral on this proposal. The Kotzebue Sound was the only AC to meet prior to this meeting, and they unanimously supported this proposal. And they have submitted a similar proposal, Proposal 40, which you would address next. Brown bear hunting is open to both resident and non-resident hunters. The current regulations for resident hunters is 2 bears per regulatory year by subsistence registration permit, or 2 bears per year under a general season, and the current resident hunting season is August 1st through May 31st. This proposal seeks to change the resident hunting season to no closed season. Non-resident hunting regulations are 1 bear every regulatory year by drawing permit, or 1 bear every regulatory year by registration permit. There are 2 non-resident open seasons. The fall season is August 1st through October 31st, and the spring season is April 15th through May 31st. Locking tags are not required for resident hunters, as reauthorized in this meeting, and hunters. However, all bears harvested in the general registration and draw hunts must be sealed with an authorized representative. Bears harvested in the subsistence registration hunt need only be sealed if removed from the hunt area. The expected effects of this proposal are to provide additional resident harvest opportunity, potentially reduce brown bears killed under defense of life or property, and would align state and federal seasons. Brown bear regulation within Unit 23 has seen incremental liberalization over the years. This liberalization has been driven by a perceived increase in bear abundance, declines in local ungulate populations, and a desire to minimize human-bear conflict. This incremental liberalization has occurred through changes in both bag limits and season lengths. In the early 70s, there was a resident bag limit of 1 bear every 4 regulatory years. By RY 98, the resident season was extended from a short fall and spring season to a single season spanning September 1st through May 31st. In regulatory year 2000, the resident bag limit was increased to 1 bear per regulatory year. 2 years later, in regulatory year 02, the resident season was lengthened an additional month, opening August 1st and ending May 31st. That same year, the non-resident bag limit was increased to 1 bear per regulatory year. 15 years later, in regulatory year 17, the resident bag limit was increased to 2 bears per year and allowed for the sale of hide and skull. And the resident season length and bag limit has remained the same since. Estimating brown bear abundance at a unit-wide scale presents many challenges and has not been implemented as a regular inventory activity. However, several surveys have been conducted in portions of the unit, and these do provide general insight on population trend and set a baseline for context through time. The National Park Service, with assistance from the department, conducted a modified Mark Resite aerial survey of portions of the lower and upper Noatak in spring of 2016 and 2017, respectively. The survey of the lower Noatak subarea detected 100 bear groups and produced an estimated bear density of 49.2 independent bears per 1,000 kilometers square, which works out to about 386 miles squared. The Upper Noatak Sub-Area Survey detected 59 bear groups and estimated independent bear densities of 24.9 independent bears per 1,000 kilometers. Surveys of these two sub-areas were completed 5 years prior in 2007 and 2008. And the results from those surveys imply that bear densities in the upper and lower Noatak sub-areas have likely remained stable. So this chart displays annual brown bear harvest by regulatory year for the last 10 years. As mentioned previously, brown bear hunt opportunity has been incrementally liberalized in the unit to maximize harvest opportunity. I've noted the most recent liberalization with a dotted line indicated when the resident bag limit increased to 2 bears per year. As you can see, annual harvest can vary considerably and is influenced greatly by weather, snow conditions, economic factors, population, and hunt popularity. However, over time, harvest has remained relatively stable with a 10 and 20-year average annual harvest of 54 bears. Harvest data for Unit 23 has shown no distinct trend in age or size of bears. You saw this graphic earlier as well, but represents the harvest ratio of female and male bears between regulatory year 13 and 2022. Males have comprised 69% of the annual harvest on average, and the prior 10-year average was 72% male. The portion of male harvest has stayed relatively consistent at around 70% since the 1970s and has remained well above the management objective of 50%. Again, this will be a familiar slide, but here we have brown bear harvest by hunter residency with resident hunters in red. Again, please note that those green bars are additive to resident harvest and non-residents in blue. I've again denoted the regulatory change to a 2 bear resident bag limit with a dashed line beginning in regulatory year 17. Hunter residency can also be quite variable at the interannual scale, but the 10-year average between regulatory year 13 and 22 is 70% resident harvest and 30% non-resident. In summary, Proposal 39 seeks to lengthen the Unit 23 resident brown bear hunting season to no close season. This proposal was submitted by the Northwest Arctic Regional Advisory Council. The department supports this proposal. Brown bears remain a source of conflict for local residents while at remote camps. A handful of bears are killed in defense of life and property during June and July when residents are typically out fishing or berry picking, but the resident bear season remains closed. Several individuals have expressed their frustration at having to salvage the hide and skull only to surrender it to the state, and that they would prefer to see year-round resident season that would allow for legal harvest of bears during this time of increased subsistence activity. Without robust population estimates, it is difficult to conclude with certainty how brown bear abundance has trended through time and regulation change. However, available harvest data and public commentary lend support to a stable or generally increasing population, and that presents harvest levels and that present harvest levels continue to remain sustainable. Accessibility is limited in much of the unit and essentially provides vast areas of protected habitat, which likely act as a source area for areas that are more heavily harvested. Restrictions remain in place on the harvest of cubs and of sows with cubs and continue to protect that portion of the population. And then the Kotzebue Sound AC supports this proposal, and they have submitted a similar proposal, Proposal 40, which you will consider next. And that concludes.
Thank you. And proposals 40 and 41 are essentially the same as this one, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so we need to take action on only one of those 3 proposals. Board member questions. Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On slide 52, where you show the hunter harvest by residency, it looks like when the 2 bear per year bag limit was introduced for residents, the harvest didn't change much. It's pretty much the same as the average all the way across the board. So are you expecting any big change in harvest if you go to year round at all, or is you expecting just be easier for the hunters that do take a bear in that off season to be able to keep it?
As through the chair to member Loring, correct, since the 2-bear bag limit was implemented in 2017, we've had 10 hunters take advantage of this 2-bear bag limit. I suspect that very few people will. It will be more of an opportunistic harvest and allows them to keep the hide and skull and salvage meat if wanted.
So as manager, you're pretty comfortable with a year-round season. It's not gonna affect the bear population in your view?
Correct. We don't have any biological concern.
Thank you very
in this
much.
case.
Al,
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Christie, for that presentation. Slide 49, where it talks about 41 bears per 1,000 kilometers and 49 bears per 1,000. That equates to 4.1 bears per 1,000 or per 1,000 kilometers then? I'm trying to narrow it down to bears per square mile, but
Through the chair to member Barrett, if I do my mental calculation with a decimal point, I believe you should be correct. I don't have the number for what that density is per
with the
square mile.
numbers we have before us, is that high, normal, or low densities?
Relative to surveys that have been conducted in GMU 22, I believe it's pretty comparable and is sufficient to have a fairly liberal bear harvest.
Thank you.
Jake.
Hey, thank you very much, and thanks for that. Do you foresee an uptake in a specific take of any age group of bears if we would adopt this? I know you mentioned like fish camps. I know, you tend to see anyway where I'm from, more young immature bears wander into situations like that.
Through the chair to member Fletcher, I suspect that bears taken, since they aren't being targeted for large bears necessarily, would probably be composed of mostly younger animals, juveniles that might be recently kicked off mom.
Any additional discussion from board members, Al?
I think with the availability that we have of bears, or somewhat the surplus we have of grizzly bears in unit 23 there. And I think a group of people that would probably take advantage of it is if maybe we increase the non-resident bag limit to 2. Like, maybe hear some feedback on that.
Well, you could always make that as an amendment, but I don't know if that would make a difference or not. In your opinion? And Al, bear in mind that these bears are a guide required species, so guides would have to be accompanying them and handling that, so.
Mr. Chair, a 2-bear bag limit for non-residents has been suggested by local guides and by non-resident hunters who have come up in the past. The opinion has been expressed that while on the landscape, they've often seen more than one bear, and if they'd had the opportunity, they would have liked to take a second. In general, I think that there would be public support in regards to increased reduction in predators on the landscape. Considering that we do still have declining ungulate populations, if you've heard about extensively through this meeting, I think that it would be generally well received in the area I don't know how many hunters would truly take up that opportunity. Again, we don't have set abundance estimates, but from our anecdotal reports and from what we've seen on the landscape and the harvest history that we have here, I wouldn't have a biological concern at this point.
Okay, thank you. Ryan, people who, non-residents hunting two bears would have to acquire the two tags prior to their hunt. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. Yes.
So that would add an expense to them, but they may be a very willing expense. Al, any additional?
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess for discussion, I'll make an amendment to this proposal that we would add a two bear bag limit for non-residents. And I intended to keep the season dates the same.
Second. Been moved in second that we go to a two bear limit for non-residents. Discussion from board members. Dave?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure how much participation we'd have, but we would have some. And I think any reduction in predators is positive. And as long as we just add this on to the current resident season, where we make that year round, would be in support of this proposal, of this amendment.
Additional discussion. We've heard that they have no biological concern if this were adopted. We have the ungulate population issue. This would be, any bear taken on this limit would probably be additive to the number of bears taken, whereas making the season all year round probably isn't going to change the total number of bears harvested. So probably, that's what our consideration is here. So any additional discussion on it?
Call the question on the amendment.
Question's been called on the amendments to.
On the amendment for two bear bag limit
For
for
non-residents.
non-residents, no change to season dates. Ms. Cusack?
You know what, I have a question. Will that include making it year round? Because from my understanding, they were wanting to have it year round. Like if they're out picking berries or something and a bear comes along, that they can go ahead and
Yeah, so Member Kusak, this is just for non-residents. Their season stays the same. And if this amendment passes, it'll be included with the year-round season for residents.
okay, now I understand.
Thank you for asking and the
Mhm.
clarification. Go ahead.
So on that amendment, Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
The amendment carries 7-0.
Okay, the amended proposal is before us. Discussion on the amended proposal. Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I can support this proposal as amended. I think we don't have a conservation concern with bears. We're providing lots of opportunity for people because we have an abundance of bears in the area. And I think this will be good for the community.
Thank you. Dave?
I just follow up. I want to put some Barrett's comments. Fish and Game is happy with their numbers out there. They're comfortable with a year-round season for residents and also comfortable with taking two bears for non-residents. So I'll go ahead and support that too.
Call the question.
Question's been called on the proposal as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Other than the voluntary cost for an extra tag for non-residents, the board has heard no concerns from the public regarding costs to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on proposal 39 as amended. Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
Proposal 39 carries 7-0 as amended.
Mr. Chairman, I propose to take no action on proposal 40 and 41 due to the action taken on 39.
Second.
Been moved and seconded without objection. We'll take no action on proposals 40 and 41.
Mr. Chair, move to adopt proposal 42, consolidate the non-resident brown bear registration permits into a single unit-wide fall registration permit and a single unit-wide spring registration permit.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Hear from the department.
Mr. Chair, members of the board. Proposal 42 seeks to consolidate the non-resident brown bear hunts into a single unit-wide fall registration permit and a single unit-wide spring registration permit. This is a department proposal and the department recommends supporting this proposal. The Kotzebue Sound AC was the only AC to meet prior to this meeting, and they unanimously supported this proposal. Ooh, standby. I apologize. I tried to start you at the end there. Okay, so the current Unit 23 non-resident brown bear regulations are one bear every regulatory year by permit available online or in person at Kotzebue, Nome, and Galena beginning July 1 for the fall season hunt. Or one bear every regulatory year by permit available online or in person at Kotzebue, Nome, and Galena beginning March 30th for the spring season. Non-resident seasons for the fall RB7-6 series is August 1st through October 31st. And the spring RB7-7 series is April 15th through May 31st. Unit 23 is divided into 7 guide use areas, which I'll refer to as GUAs, that encompass almost the entire unit. These GUAs include both state and federally managed lands, but exclude the national parks and monuments where non-resident hunting is prohibited. The image on the left outlines the 7 GUAs, as well as the 3 federal areas prohibit non-resident bear harvest. The prohibited areas are indicated by cross-hatching and moving from left to right, represent the Cape Krusenstern National Monument, the Kobuk Valley National Park, and the Gates of the Arctic National Park. There are 14 non-resident registration hunts, 7 for the fall season and 7 for the spring season. And these permits correspond with the unit's 7 different GUAs. This permit structure was originally put in place as a drawing permit in regulatory year 07, with the intent to limit the concentration of hunt pressure in certain GUAs. However, many of the hunts went unsubscribed, and by 2014, the Board of Game had authorized the addition of a non-resident registration permit to allow for increased hunt opportunity. By 2019, drawing permits were no longer issued and all non-resident bear hunting occurred under the registration permits. Since that time, there has been no limit on the number of permits available in each of the hunt areas. However, the current permit structure has challenges. Hunters often acquire a permit for each area in which their guide operates to allow for the most hunt flexibility. But this means that hunters have multiple permits going into the fields, and hunters often don't know which of the hunt areas they ultimately hunt in. Or on occasion, they will hunt more than one area, but only harvest in one. This makes post-hunt reporting challenging for both the hunter and for department staff. The effect of this proposal would be to consolidate the 7 fall and 7 spring non-resident registration permits into 2 unit-wide registration permits. One for the fall season and one for the spring season. Functionally, there would be no change to how non-resident bear hunting is conducted in the unit. However, this proposal would reduce and simplify the permitting, reporting, and hunt process required for non-resident hunters, guides, and department staff. Summary, this proposal seeks to consolidate the non-resident brown bear hunts into a single unit-wide fall registration permit and a single unit-wide spring registration permit. This proposal was submitted by the department and the department supports this proposal. Functionally, there would be no change to how non-resident bear hunting occurs, so transitioning to a unit-wide permit structure is not expected to affect harvest rates or the distribution of hunt pressure. Adoption of this proposal will simplify the process for hunters, guides, and department staff.
Thank you. Department, questions for the department? Board member discussion? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chris. You had me sold at slide 78. I'm in full support of this and we had good support from the public also. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think anything we can do to help streamline the department's agenda here is a good thing and reduce some of their workload, so I'll be supporting it.
Thank you. Any additional discussion? Seems pretty straightforward. It's mostly a housekeeping administrative issue, so.
Call question.
Question's been called on proposal 42.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Board should no concerns from the public regarding costs of private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Thank you. And Christie, would you pull the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on proposal 42. Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
Mr. Cooney,
Yes.
Mr. Barrett,
Yes.
Mr. Loring,
Yes.
Ms. Cusack,
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher,
Yes.
and Chairman Burnett.
Yes.
The proposal carries 7-0.
And at this time, we're going to take a short break and then we have one more proposal to consider, which is the boundaries for a controlled use area. And then we have a little bit more business to take care of after that. So don't take too long because some people have airplane flights today.